Copy. The next maneuver is at 18:45.
Okay, Houston, we show our pre-breathe complete, and we're getting ready to start the depress.
Okay, we're looking over your shoulder.
That call from Endeavour indicating the crew is about to begin depressurizing the airlock. Endeavour presently about 319 nautical miles above the west coast of Australia on a course that will take it across northern Australia before exiting off Australia's east coast on a trek above the South Pacific. Environmental Control Systems Officer reports that the airlock is now being depressurized. From the standard 10.2 pounds per square inch atmosphere that is found in the cabin of Endeavour, airlock pressure is now at 8 pounds per square inch. Airlock will depressurize down to 5 pounds per square inch, where it will stop at 5 psi for a standard leak check to ensure that the suits are working well and there are no leaks. Stops there for a while to ensure that, and then we'll go down to 0. Again, the antennas for the Hubble Space Telescope moving into the position for the spacewalk, up and out of the way of the base of the telescope where Hoffman and Musgrave will be working. Airlock's now at 5 pounds per square inch for the leak check.
Endeavour. We're through step 6 on the depress card. Good leak checks. Continuing the depress.
We copy.
Environmental Control Systems Officer here in Mission Control reports now the airlock is continuing its depressurization. Pressure now at about 3.5 pounds per square inch. Endeavour now passing just above the east coast of Australia, just north of Brisbane, Australia. The Environmental Control Systems Officer confirms that the airlock is now depressurized. Controllers,
Endeavour.
Go ahead, Endeavour.
Roger, ready to copy the maneuver changes.
Okay, Covey. Your 1845 maneuver is a minus ZLV minus XVV attitude. Target 2, body vector 3, Omicron 19er, A auto burns at 1845. No earlier than sunset and no later than 1840, correction, no later than 1853.
Okay, I copy. Target 2, body vector 3, Omicron 190, A auto burn, and 1845 is the preferred time, no later than 1853.
Good read, Covey, except the Omicron is 019er. Sorry about that.
Aboard Endeavour now, the...
Okay, I must be dyslexic this morning. Omicron 019.
And you've got to go for auto at this time because the solar array flue is complete.
Roger, Houston 1, A auto burn.
And Endeavour, we've had a request from payloads to get an ESC shot of the arrays prior to sunset.
Okay, Susan, I'll try. There are a lot of reflections out the window. They're really high.
Copy that, KT.
Are you configured for mode 2?
We are configured.
Here it comes.
And Endeavour, one more delta for the maneuvers. Your 1920 maneuver is now moved to 1930.
Okay, copy 1930, Susan.
This view now showing the spacewalkers preparing to come out of Endeavour's hatch.
And Endeavour, looks like somebody's peeking out of the hatch there.
Yep, that's a firm. Jeff's mode A, Story's mode B, correct?
Yes.
How do you copy Story?
Loud and clear.
Okay, next thing we're going to do is go to power to bat and give me a mark and I'll start my PET clock.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, copy, you're both in bat. Okay, got quite a bit of static. Jeff, are you in bat?
I'm in bat.
Story, are you in bat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we got a PET clock started at 18 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds. Okay, Story, let's take the power battery charger bus selects both to off.
Okay. Second.
Assisting Musgrave and Hoffman as they prepare to exit the hatch is Tom Akers from inside the crew cabin.
So they're both off.
Okay, and check the meters, read 0.
They do, both of them.
Okay, now you can disconnect your SCUs and stow them.
Okay.
The crew turning on the batteries for their spacesuits and disconnecting the umbilicals they have had connected to the orbiter.
Okay, I'll get it. I'll hold it until you got it? Yep. Okay.
Okay, how you doing with SCUs?
I'm in the process of stowing them.
Okay.
Now, get mine.
Okay, holler when you're ready for the next step, okay?
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Okay, install DNC covers.
1,
You got that story? Okay, DNC covers installed on both of you?
no. Now I have it.
Okay, temp control valves max hot.
1, 2,
Okay, water on.
Crew's got the water on. 1,
Okay, check your DNC is blank and bite off.
1, 2,
Temp control valve as required, and let me write down what you set them on.
crew is starting in 3. Can you let me get mine adjusted?
On the right-hand side of this view is the end of Endeavour's mechanical arm being operated throughout the EVA by mission specialist Claude Nicollier.
Got mine at 3.
Okay, copy 3 on both of you. Okay, now we'll get a status, and I'll record it if you'll read slowly.
Okay. Rotor position, EVA. Time, 04. Time left, 804. 99% power. 101, oxygen. 50, 4.3. Oxygen, pressure, 861. SOP 6230. Sublimator 2.8. Battery volts 17.0. Amps 3.4. RPM 19.7. CO2 0.3. Water temp 41. Gas pressure 15.2, water pressure 15.1. Status complete.
Okay, and what's your gauge read for suit pressure?
4.2.
Okay, copy 4.2 on the gauge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Story, you want to read me yours?
Okay. EVA. Time EV 5 minutes. Time left 824. 99% power. 100% O2. Built beat 856. SOP 6330. Subamotor pressure 3.1. Battery volt 16.9. Watt amps 3.3. RPM 19.5. 02.3. Water temp 38. Gas pressure 15.4. Water pressure 15.0. Gauge 4.3.
Okay, copy all, and all of those are within the limits, so that's good.
Okay. Well, you say, Story? Okay.
Okay, it's daylight outside, so you might want to put your visors down.
Minus down.
And it's only 10 minutes to sunset. So, Jeff, you're going to have your hands full. You might want to go ahead and put your helmet lights on.
Good idea.
Okay, on the airlock egress card and Story, we want to get that depressure valve before you leave.
Jeff got it already.
Okay, we'll mark it off.
Okay. I'm putting my tether on the end effector. Claude, it would be nice to have the end of this handle rotated towards the airlock.
This view, Mission Specialist Jeff Hoffman out of the hatch. Hoffman can be distinguished
I'm going to put your umbilical.
by red stripes on the legs of his suit. One of the first tasks for Hoffman will be to install a work platform at the end of Endeavour's mechanical arm.
Okay, is on the guy wire. Okay, I'm coming off the airlock. And now I'm ready to take the stringer on my waist tether. Can you also bring it a little bit closer to me so I have a single-handed reach over to it?
Okay, I'll do that, Jeff.
If you pass me your waist tether, Jeff. If you pass me your... Okay, good, Jeff. Okay, you're on one end, so we'll keep some tension on it. Okay. And Tom?
Go ahead.
Is the Tom as bad for you all as us?
It's kind of staticky right now.
All right. Okay, I have an arm on the end effector. I'm ready to take the other end of the stringer. Okay.
Is the handle position okay like this, Jeff?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Okay. I'll keep some tension on it to keep it square on the way out.
Okay, and you're going to get safety tethers configured after this, right, Jeff?
They are configured.
They're already configured, okay.
And you want me to drop it, Jeff, or just hold tension? Hold tension, Story. Okay, I'm holding it. Claude.
Okay, and just before you go, I guess I missed it. Story's tether is to the guy wire, right?
Story's tether is on the guy wire.
Okay, thanks.
I guess my time is pretty good, Tom, and I'm hearing well. You may have lost that in the static.
Okay. We'll wait till Story gets outside, and then we'll do our comm mode swap if we can, when we get a free time, when you're ready.
Well, I got both hands fired up now.
Understand.
Tom, I unlocked my guy wire reel.
Very good, Story.
And that's where she's going to stay.
All right.
Forever and ever. I'm undoing the Velcro on the way.
Okay.
Bringing off the frizzy.
Got about a foot of clearance with your feet there with the solar array. Looks good, Jeff.
Okay. Okay, we're coming down to the handhold, Claude. Good. Down a little.
And
Forward. Forward just a bit.
forward, okay. Okay, and Jeff,
Yeah.
the solar array is right behind you, so if you keep your stringer in front of you, that'll be good.
Okay. That's good, Claude. Stop.
Okay, stop.
Tom, I have the guy wire on the forward slider.
Hey, copy your reel on the forward slider.
That's my guy wire.
Oh, your guy wire, okay.
Yes,
So you
sir.
moved them, all right.
My safety tether is on the aft slider.
All right.
And I'm heading to the aft solar array carrier to deposit an Essex wrench.
Roger that.
Okay, the stringer is safely tethered to the handhold.
Copy.
And I'm going over. Okay, Claude, let's come into the MFR position now.
Okay, forget this one.
And I have a free hand again, Tom, if we need Tom config or anything like that.
Okay. Why don't we wait till Story gets back at the back of the sack and you're both stable and we'll check it out. How's your comm right now, Story?
It's gotten a lot better.
Okay.
end of my waist tethered to the eyeballs and the other end to the MFR. And Claude, I'll wait until you're in position.
Roger, Jeff.
And I guess the end effector camera is going to keep on rotating about 180, right?
That's correct. Or you might do a safety tether check there.
Thank you, Tom. When I go back over there, I'm going to turn to my right, so it's going to work out for things.
Okay.
Story? Yeah.
It's getting dark, guys. Ought to get your helmet lights on.
And here we go. I'll get my visor up too, Tom.
Roger that.
That helps.
And keep an eye on your cooling now.
Yes, sir. Well, put mine to full hot,
Okay.
and I'll just see how that feels. Okay, Claude, and you're going to gradually bring it down there, right?
That's correct. I'm coming down now. Affirmative. Jeff, is that a comfortable height for you for the end effector?
I think we're there, Claude. Drop it.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission Specialist Jeff Hoffman aboard Endeavour is now installing a work platform on the end of Endeavour's mechanical arm.
Close, Kathryn. It's slowly reducing.
Very nice.
Endeavour now on the nighttime side of Earth. It'll move back into daylight in just about 33.5 minutes.
You confirm that you got it safely all untethered from the eyeball.
Okay, and it's rigid now, Jeff.
Okay. Okay, I'll ride on up if you can get clear of the solar rays.
Okay.
Let's see this time. I got the Essex wrench knocked down.
And Jeff, I think you asked to pick up your stringer.
Oh, no, I want to get the MFR configured first. Let's go higher and outboard so I can extend the MFR. I'll pick it up once I'm in the MFR.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, it looks good, Story.
Yeah. You doing all right, Tom?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's high enough, Claude.
Okay, Jeff.
I'm going to the starboard TA.
Okay, Story.
And I'm running real warm for now. I'm not doing much work, but I'm too warm with the setting up full hot, so I'm going to get some cooling back here.
Okay.
And I guess that's good news.
And Jeff, did you get the tether, the MFR to the arm?
I have not yet.
Okay.
I'm on a setting of about 3 again.
Okay, got 3. And that had a sticky hook on it. You want to double check it closes there, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm looking, I'm squeezing it, it pops in and out, it closes, and it closes locked.
Okay, and snug it up.
And the TAs are at good tension, Tom.
Say again?
The handles on the TAs are a very nice tension.
Okay, no problem opening them?
No, sir, they're just perfect.
Great.
Okay, that's snugged up.
Okay, you guys want to try swapping comm modes in the next couple of minutes and see if it gets any better?
You want me to go to comm mode B right now?
See if Story's ready.
I'm ready.
Okay,
Where
why
to
don't we...
be?
Okay, Story, go to A.
Okay, how do you hear me in comm mode B?
Okay, I got you loud and clear. Story, is yours warmed up yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that any better?
I think there's more noise right now.
You say you think there is more?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, it got better in here.
Okay.
I'm fine both ways. No change for me, so I'm easy, whatever you like.
Mine's getting better now.
Okay, well, why don't we leave it here, and if you think the other way was better in a little bit, we'll swap back, Story.
Okay.
Houston Endeavour, if you copy Stories now in comm mode A and Jeff in comm mode B, and that's the way we're going to run for a while.
Okay, Claude, now we're ready to go down and get the rules.
Okay.
So let's come aft a little bit.
Houston Endeavour, comm check.
I'm clear, Tom.
Outboard.
Okay.
Okay, I'll come up.
Houston Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
I sent down 2 frames of solar rays on ESC before sunset. Did you get them?
Everybody will check.
Wait, stop a moment, Claude.
Okay, stop.
Hey, Mr. Tom, we're going to go straight up on the top one. We're going to go inboard 1 and 2 aft.
Roger that.
Or whatever works best.
Okay, and Tom, I have the yaw table tether up to my left waist loop.
Okay, copy.
Okay, let's keep it coming, Claude.
Okay. And you put your left waist tether on the MFR?
Right now, it's hanging on my mini workstation.
Okay.
Aft. Okay, stop a moment.
Okay, stop.
Endeavour Houston for KT. We did receive those photos, KT.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, Claude, I have the stringer. Let's go up and away.
Roger. Picking you up now. May feel some jets fired because removing or maneuvering the vehicle.
Good. There are hitch pins, aren't there, Tom?
You betcha.
This is Mission Control. Houston Endeavour's now maneuvering to a new orientation. Endeavour's position or orientation, its attitude throughout the EVA are determined by, one, keeping good communications throughout the time of the spacewalk with the ground, and also moderating the temperatures in the payload bay as much as possible. All activities on board continue to go very smooth. The setup before the crew begins the first task of changing out the 2-rate sensor units is planned to take around 45 minutes or so. Among those tasks to be performed are installing a platform on Endeavour's mechanical arm. Mission Specialist Jeff Hoffman will then work from that platform for the duration of the spacewalk, while astronaut Story Musgrave retrieves a portable platform that he can move around and place at various locations on the telescope while he does his work from that. Hoffman is now in the platform on the end of the arm.
Yeah, put in tool board 5. No problem rotating the lot, Tom.
Okay, and it looks like it's in there good?
Yeah.
Pull on it a little bit? Okay. Good.
All the strength I got to try to tighten this bottom one here.
Are they stiff, Story?
Yeah. They came undone real easy. And now I'm having to work very hard to tighten.
They didn't slip in the lock position on you, did you? The knobs, okay.
No, sir. Thank you. It's the first thing I checked. cooling right now.
Okay, you went to what?
8.
Okay.
I know that's a lot, but I'm sweating. Practicing the translation you wanted me to.
Okay.
Pretty reasonable reach there.
All right, looks good.
Okay. Now I'm going down to deploy the port.
Okie doke.
Radiant tethers are on.
Very nice tensions on this one too.
Copy.
The tether covers are on. The only other thing I have to get on is the gloves.
Thanks, Jeff. You look great up there.
Hoffman's completed installing a cover over Hubble's low-GAN antenna. That cover will stay for the duration of the work on Hubble throughout the flight to protect it from any inadvertent bumps that it may get while work is going on around the telescope.
We're configured up here. Let me just get the stringer out of the way now.
The low-GAN antenna is located near the base of the telescope.
Very good.
What's KT doing in there?
Yeah, we're taking pretty pictures. Guys are all working hard.
Read your lunch story.
You always have, KT. Thanks for the great send-out. You all did wonderful. Made it easy on us.
I'll let you return the favor tomorrow.
Okay. good as I can do inboard. I'm right against the end hole, Tom. Good as I can.
Okay.
Good as I can do.
That's good.
Okay, Tom, I don't know if you can see my tool caddy with the needle nose and the cutters. Without Velcro, they both flipped out.
I was afraid of that.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to be moving that over to the mini workstation in any case, onto the MFR. And while I have it tethered and off of me, I'll try to fix it up.
Okay, I think it's tape.
Okay. The port TA is up. It looks good.
Looks good, Story.
Tom, I'm just going to leave it up and we'll get it down during the closeout.
Sounds good.
Okay. I'm going to go through the low gain antenna now.
Roger.
How's the comm?
It's good in here.
Okay. Mine's gotten a lot better too.
Good.
And I know y'all are looking to see how my safety reel works in this configuration.
Yep, we haven't seen any problems.
Okay? All right. We're going to do the left hand through the handle trick here.
Yeah, that's good.
Hoffman and Musgrave now will be installing a
Endeavour Houston for KT. We got 3 excellent images from the ESC.
Great.
install a bar that goes from the carrier units for the replacement equipment for the telescope that are located about midway down the bay to the base of the telescope. That bar is designed to make it easier for the astronauts to translate back and forth between the two areas.
Be creative. Trying to get the hitch pins.
I guess I'm all squared away here, Tom.
Okay, you ready to do the 105, 106?
You bet.
Okay, I think you're there, John. Just, you want to yaw on this 90 degrees right to do that?
Yeah.
Just got close to the station there,
Okay, let's move the outboard.
Outboard, okay.
I got to use the 6-inch extension of my power tool to try to reach that hitch pin.
Okay.
think we're clear of it now, Claude.
Okay.
But you can see me, right? Okay. My head's getting close to the telescope. I can't see behind me very well. If you can see that I'm clear of the PA, just keep moving in. Okay, let's move me inboard a little.
Inboard, okay.
Inboard. Stop.
Stop.
Down.
Down.
And aft.
And aft.
Stop.
Up.
Needless to say, it's one we never had.
So the covers are on. Now let me get the tethers on.
Okay.
Okay, Claude, let's move aft.
Aft.
About 1 foot.
Okay.
Stop.
Stop.
Those are the clips are on. So let's get out of this tight situation. If you want to just move me
I'm going to move you
outboard.
upboard, yes.
Yeah.
Up.
Yeah. Very nice. Stop just a minute. Let me take a look from this angle.
Okay.
That looks good. Okay.
Okay. I got it, Tom.
Okay. Use Endeavour P105, 106 covers installed.
We copy that, Tom.
I can go anywhere you want me to, Tom. That's
Okay,
all there is to say.
Head up toward the minus V3 doors, and we are in attitude.
Okay.
I got one pin out, Tom.
Okay, copy.
We don't need that hitch pin,
Nope.
but it won't trouble anybody again.
It's still there, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
Tom, we are not getting a arm camera view. We just want to check and see whether or not you folks are getting something on board.
Go ahead. No, Houston. What happens, it looks like when it doesn't get enough light, it just kind of shuts down. We can power cycle and try to bring it back up again, but we were not getting an elbow picture in a low light. It doesn't work worth a darn in low light.
Okay, Covey, we understand.
attention on my power tool.
Okay. Your safety reel is not keeping good tension about 6 feet out. Just there's nothing you can do about it, but just to know it's got a loop there.
Okay. I'm going back to the TA.
Okay.
But I don't like that reach with this big a thing in my hand.
Okay.
Hoffman now at the end of the arm, beginning work to open the bay doors of the telescope, inside which are the rate sensor units.
Okay, Tom, I guess we're ready to start the shade.
Okay, Jeff. Okay, and
that'll be a torque of 10.
yeah, I think you're in.
And let me get that set in. And setting of 3.
Roger.
Let's see how easily this rotates up here. Works like a charm.
Okay, we'll be going in the Titan direction, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be clockwise, and that's checked. Okay. Well, let's get the left one first. To the starboard.
Okay, so the next one first.
Yeah.
I think it went a lot better, Tom.
Yep.
I'm glad I didn't try the other way. Yes, I'm sure you are.
Yep.
Keep it coming in.
Okay, in.
Keep it coming.
Okay.
Down about 1 foot.
Down 1 foot.
Okay, stop.
Stop.
In about 6 more inches.
In 6 points.
Okay. I'm going for the lower right. I'll put 3 turns on it. 1, 2, 3. Going for the lower left. 1, 2, 3. And I can see it move a little bit as I do that. Okay, going to put 5.5 on this third one.
Say again, Jeff.
1. Going to put 5.5 on the third one.
Correct.
2, 3, 4, 5.5. 2.5 on each of the others.
Can you see them retracting as you went?
I can see it move a little bit. Doesn't move a lot.
Okay. And you got the legs down, Stower?
I do, thank you.
Okay.
1. Okay. pretty good condition. Let's move over to the other one, Claude. Let's move to the right. Here comes the sun.
You want to get your visors?
Turn my light off.
Brilliant. Lights off.
Thank you.
And Story, you want to look under there and see the legs touch?
They are, the forward one is touching, the aft one, it's missing by a couple millimeters.
Let's come in.
Okay, that's good.
I think it's geometry. It looks straight up.
Yep.
Okay, it is pip-in to secure.
Very good. Good job.
Well, it wasn't pretty, Tom, but it's the way it is. Okay, I'm going to go open the soap now.
That's affirmed. Okay, stop, Jet.
Nice work. Okay, 2.5 on the lower left. 1. 2. I said 2.5, but I meant 3.
These are all port 10 PT3.
1.
Oh, okay.
2. 3. All right. 5.5. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5.
These are all port 10 PT3. Hi, Tom.
Copy that. Story.
Okay, we've had 5.5 turns on all the bolts. Both on tail catcher shade should be retracted, and the door should be ready to open.
Copy. And Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg, 6-test Star Tracker shade seals are retracted. We're going to be getting ready to open the minus V3 doors, so you got to go to turn the RSUs off.
Okay, Tom, we copy that, and we'll put that in work. Be advised that about the 1 hour mark, we're showing you slightly ahead of the timeline. Looking good.
Copy that. Okay, Jess, you want to go low and
Down and to the left.
and to the left, okay.
Back to the left. Come down 3 feet. And in.
I will have to pitch you down some, Jeff.
That's fine. Okay. It's going to be a torque of 23, setting of 4. And it's going to be loosen.
How you doing, Story?
So prep is complete. I wasn't counting turns. I did them all 5, of course.
Okay.
But just, you know,
Yeah. Okay. Keep coming to the left, Claude.
To the left, Jeff.
hey, it looks good.
Anything in there, Story?
HRS. like we left it, Tom.
All right.
Good.
Okay. Claude.
Up.
Okay, that's good.
Stop. Okay, I'm going to get me articulating socket of PFR.
Roger that.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 8 to the soft stop, Tom. And getting it started was a bit of a fight. I had to give it a manual assist.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, Claude, let's move up.
Okay, up.
And I'm not touching that frizzy, Tom. By the doors.
Say again, Store.
I'm not touching that frizzy along the sill.
Okay.
If I look close, I'm not touching it.
All right.
And I'm watching the door seals as we're moving by. If I see anything unusual, I'll remark on it. That's good, Claude. In 1 foot.
Jeff, in 1 foot. Jeff, I'm looking right at the sun, so you just tell me which bolt you're on now.
I did the lower bolt. Now I'm getting the second from the top. Claude, let's come in another foot. In. Let's come in 1 foot.
Okay, in 1 foot, Jeff.
What time is it?
Left.
Left. Say again, Store.
That's good.
What, is it about 11:30 in Houston?
10:45 in Houston.
At night.
Hey.
At night.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8.
Okay, Tom, if I pitch,
I want to come up 1 foot.
I want to up 1 foot. I want to pitch the toes up 1 click, right? In pitch.
That's a firm.
And I got a 13 here. Is that reasonable?
That pitch ought to be 7, I think, Story.
That? Oh, you're right. You're right. Get my orientation here.
Okay, the top bolt is done. We're ready to go down to the door.
They want to go down?
Yeah. Down to the latch. We'll be getting this from the other side.
So all 3 of those, Jeff, were about 8 turns.
About 8.5 turns before the soft stop. And all of them were difficult to get started.
Got it.
I need a manual assist. Okay, that's good to the right. Keep coming down.
1 roll inboard is to a 7.
Okay, you want to roll all the way to 13, Story, almost 90 degrees.
Okay, I'm tethered to it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tom. Pitch is 7. Roll is 13.
Okie doke.
I'm tethered to it.
Good. those mechanisms work getting it off. Have you done that yet?
No, but with the push button PFR is marvelous.
Great.
The unlock was real nice.
Okay, and that bolt came out. Okay, I'm ready to open the doors. All the bolts are out except for this one. I'll take out the foot pin.
Dan, remember to hold pressure on the door.
Yep. Thank you. No problem there.
Jeff Hoffman now opening the doors to the aft shroud, the location where the rate sensor units are located. Again, 2 of these rate sensor units will be changed out.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
The RSUs have been powered off. They will complete their spin down at 19:26:33.
Okay, copy 19:26:33. About 5 minutes, complete spin down. That looks good, thanks.
The door is opening by itself. Claude, let's go over to the left and get this door open.
Okay. Okay, you might evaluate, Jeff, here if you think they're going to stay put or not.
Exactly.
Tom Akers aboard Endeavour,
Inside, I don't
choreographing with the crew members.
I don't think I see anything that's going to surprise us.
Good. Get us too.
Okay, Claude aft and to the left.
And Tom Akers is passing on to the Jeff Hoffman that the rate sensor units have been powered off, and the spin down of the gyro packages takes about 5 minutes or so.
Okay, the doors are very loose on the hinges. Let me just give it a little push, you can see. But it seems like it's happy to stay open.
Okay.
If I give it a push, it moves, but I think we're in good shape. Well, let's drive over and check the other door, Claude.
Okay, let's go there.
I'm not going to touch the seal. Inside of the seal looks good.
Look at the view down there, Jeff.
Oh my goodness. It's the
Wait.
Oh no. Okay. I think this is in good shape.
Okay, Story, and you may have told me, but you got the red mark on 4, right? Sorry.
Claude, you need to go over to the soap.
Red mark on 4.
Stay to the soap, Jeff. No, I said I was going to wait till I got up there.
Okay, Story, sorry.
Because it, was inconvenient down there in the bilge.
Roger that.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
Just a reminder, you've got a yaw maneuver coming up at 19:30 to keep an eye on the doors.
Okay, copy, we will, thanks. And Houston, if you could, we'll try to remember that, but if you don't hear us say something to them, remind us again, okay?
Okay, Wilco.
Thanks.
Endeavour Houston, 2 minutes to handing down to Diego.
Roger.
Tension mount story, is it going to come out right?
Yes, it is. Gonna do. But I gotta work here. We're going in 30 left, Tom.
Roger that.
Okay, about 4 feet aft and 2 feet outboard.
Call just a minute ago from spacecraft communicator here in Mission Control, Greg Harbaugh, related to handing down the communications link to Diego Garcia ground site.
Wait a minute. Okay, that's for that.
Keep coming aft.
Okay.
That's good. Now,
Hey, story, we show the RFUs are spun down. Hotboard.
hey, thanks. Outboard, Claude.
Okay, hotboard.
About 1. Stop.
Stop.
We're getting 1006 out. Check the micrite plates. No chips. They look okay.
Copy.
We want a 30 left and about
While
degrees.
Jeff Hoffman continues work in the aft shroud of the telescope, Story Musgrave is over at the small orbital replacement unit carrier protective enclosure called the SOAP. That's one of the compartments that makes up the ORU carrier right in front of the telescope.
This is going to be the first time it works on the first try. What do you say?
Gonna work. And roll should be what, 13?
Roger.
Now I gotta get the yaw. I'm still tethered to it. And what number?
Okay, we're going to put the red mark on 4.
Ready?
Endeavour Houston, reminder, you got the yaw maneuver coming up in 40 seconds.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. Okay, we want to watch those doors here, Story, when we start yawing.
Ready? That looks good, Tom. The BFI looks good.
Okay.
And I thank you a lot for that. I'm going to sit down, drop my mini workstation off.
Okay, Story, why don't you hang on there to the doors when we get this maneuver?
The Space Telescope Operations Control Center in Greenbelt, Maryland at the Goddard Space Flight Center reports that the rate sensor units, the gyro packages, now have spun all the way down and they are ready for change out.
Great. Okay. You're free to go.
Okay, I'll be available. I'm not going far.
And Houston, if you copied, the doors didn't move.
We copy, Tom. Thank you.
Been so busy, Greg. I haven't said good morning yet.
Good morning, Story. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning.
Hey?
Operations here in Mission Control for the spacewalks, all the planned spacewalks. The plan is for the lead flight director, Milt Heflin, to be handling activities associated with the spacewalks, while the Orbit 1 flight director, Bob Castle, in this case, handles any orbiter issues, handling spacecraft communications duties with the crew aboard Endeavour is astronaut Greg Harbaugh.
Endeavour Houston.
Those retractables holding them pretty snug.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, Store, you might want to drop down and do a tether check.
Hang 1007. Looks good.
Hey, Jeff, why don't you look to your left there? Story, why don't you rotate to your right clockwise, I think.
What's the problem? What should I be looking at?
Story's tether there.
I'll just wait till Jeff gets up here.
Okay.
Well, what am I supposed to see? It looks
No,
nice.
no, it's too late now. It's okay.
Okay.
Press ahead. Rotate clockwise, Store.
Right there.
You're going to have to come down. No, don't. You got to come down.
Endeavour Houston, 1 minute to handing up to Teeters West.
Copy.
It's just on my helmet, isn't it?
It's coming up over your right shoulder behind your helmet.
I'll come down and let Jeff fix it.
Yeah, I think we should.
Yeah.
Okay. Claude, pull me up and away from the rope a little bit.
Okay.
It's a beautiful looking cavity in here.
We should be getting the television views from Endeavour back in about 10 minutes or so. They're currently in a maneuver with the orbiter. Endeavour is just moving across the equator on the northwest to southeast swing on the 43rd orbit of the mission. The crew well into the first task of the day, which is to change out 2 of the 3 rate sensor units. Each rate sensor unit is comprised of 2 gyroscopes.
Door seals look very good shape.
Joining us here on the Public Affairs Console is astronaut Mario Runco, and Mario has flown twice in space, and one of those was early this year, in fact, on Endeavour, in the STS-61 mission in January, and Mario was one of 2 astronauts that flew, or that did a spacewalk that I think lasted about 4.5 hours or so, and a lot of people, Mario, are interested when they see astronauts out in the payload bay in the spacesuits. They're interested in they look bulky and the size of them, and you have a lot of insight, I'm sure, into how those spacesuits operate. How does it feel when you go out there in those spacesuits?
All right.
Well, Kyle, the suits are cannot be classified as comfortable. I've often been asked that as, are the suits comfortable? Well, I kind of draw the analogy, if you will, to a football player or a hockey player that wears a lot of sporting equipment. That sporting equipment is not necessarily comfortable, but when you put it on and as you get used to it, it has a certain feel and fit to it. The goal is to get your spacesuit to have a certain feel and fit that suits you, and so that it is optimized for your particular body and your particular reach and strength. So that is the goal, and ultimately you make it as comfortable as possible. You got to remember that the suit is a good 300 pounds or so, and with you inside of it, you have 450 pounds of mass that you're moving around, and in space that's not really difficult when you're moving, though. But you have to be very careful, because you can be fooled very quickly. Is that you need to be conscious of getting that mass moving. That's not the hard part. The hard part is always stopping, and you have to be able to get those gains early on in the EVA to adjust for that. And the suit does have a few hard spots and points where at the end of a 4.5 hour or 5 or 6 hour EVA, you're going to have a few sore spots around your body and on your chest or your arms, particularly if you had any minor problems with the suit.
You want it up and out. Put yourself in position before I put you in. You're to the side. Now, can you reach where you want to reach? That'll be better. Okay. And there's a good 2-inch or 2-inch clearance between your front and the star tracker. But you're okay. Right. Now, your feet are about 6 inches above the foot restraint. How does it feel if I pull it down a little bit? Is that okay? Yeah, go ahead and put him in and we'll see how that goes. Okay. Get your left foot first. Right. Move your right foot out of the way. Excuse me. My left, your right. I'll put your right foot in first.
Working on my left now?
I'm working on your right.
Okay.
I can't pull your heel in enough. There we go.
That's enough right there, even if it's not in.
Okay. Let's get your... I get it from this side. Bring me down about 1 foot.
Down 1.
Well, Mario Runco will be joining us throughout the spacewalk this evening while the two crew members continue the first EVA. Jeff Hoffman is riding on the end of the robot arm, and Story Musgrave, mounted on a foot restraint inside the aft shroud, is in the process of preparing to change out the first of the 2 rate sensor units. The first one to be changed out is rate sensor unit number 2, which is mounted on the right side behind one of the fixed head star trackers in this aft shroud, this lower bay on the telescope.
Yeah, don't lean back. One of your RSUs has got over in front of the MFR right there.
Thank you.
Go for connectors, Tom.
How does that feel, Tom? Story?
Let's go with that.
What'd you say, Store?
Go for connectors.
Yep, RSUs are powered down and spun down. You gotta go.
Bring me away from the telescope.
Roger, out.
it stays exactly there.
Great.
Check the pins. Is that to be all right? Okay. Okay, good.
Mounted on the end of the robot arm is a manipulator foot restraint and also basically a workstation in which Jeff Hoffman has all of the tools that should be required for today's spacewalk. The schedule for all of the tasks today include Jeff Hoffman being on the end of the robot arm and Story Musgrave, for the most part, being the free-floating astronaut.
Okay, Claude, let's move to the right.
To the right, Jeff.
And now, Mario, you were just making an observation about Story being in the foot restraint that we see him in right here. And, of course, one of the tasks you had on 54, STS-54, was to practice getting in and out of that foot restraint. And you were making some interesting observations about that.
Oh, Kyle, if you noticed, Story is now in the foot restraint that is mounted on the telescope itself. Now, as we know, the telescope has been designed for this kind of activity, so there's a conveniently located socket for the foot restraint that Story is in. Now, Story is literally bent over backwards for this job. That's not a difficult task. Matter of fact, contrary to what I said earlier, this is one of those comfortable positions to be in the suit. Now, if you notice, while Story was in that position, Jeff was putting Story's feet into the PFR. Now, Story was just holding himself perfectly steady. If Story had to do that by himself, his upper body would have been moving around and in that position possibly bumping into and damaging something. So Story positioned himself, held himself steady, and then Jeff did the work to get his feet securely mounted in the workstation. And now once Story is in, he is now fully secured to stay in that position and do the work that he needs to for the RSU changeouts. Okay.
The in your training, I guess, within the water tank, is that any different than what we're seeing here? Do you feel anything differently than you feel when you're out in space?
Well, Kyle, that's a real good question, and that was one of the things that we were trying to actually evaluate for the first time with a little bit of hard data. And one of the things, I guess there's two things about the water tank as compared to space is. And the things that are interesting is, in a nutshell, I could say it's the same but different. It's the same in that many of the tasks you do in the water tank wind up being pretty much identical to what you'll encounter in space, and that is the beauty of the weightless environmental training facility, to be neutrally buoyant underwater. However, the one drawback is the drag you encounter by being in water. If you ever try to, when you're swimming underwater, swing your arm, or maybe even swing a baseball bat underwater. I don't know if you ever tried to do something like that. It's very, very difficult. You can't move very fast. Whereas in space, you don't have the water there. It's a complete vacuum, and movement becomes very easy. And that's something that when you first get outside, and I mentioned earlier, you have to adjust your gains for, as opposed to being in the water tank, to be able to maybe use a little bit less strength or force in executing the activities. And that's something you gain very quickly in the first 20, 30 minutes of your EVA. And Story, now bent over backwards, this is a much easier position to maintain here in space than in the water tank. So Story is probably working a little bit less to maintain that bent over backwards position now than he would have been during training. So, and that's one of the beauties of training, is that if the actual job is easier than what you're expecting, then things would go a little bit more smoothly.
Roger. Good direction.
Well, again, we're looking at Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave, who are part of the first EVA, the EVA crew. In fact, they've been known on the ground throughout training as the odd couple, because they are scheduled to do the odd spacewalks numbered 1, 3, and 5, while Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers are scheduled to do EVAs 2 and 4. Again, Jeff Hoffman, for all of the tasks scheduled today, is riding on the end of the robot arm, which is being operated from inside the shuttle by mission specialist Claude Nicollier. And in this task, Story Musgrave is inside the aft shroud, changing out the RSUs, the rate sensor units.
It is 3, it's 3. 11. It's topped out. Okay. Certainly, there, as we expected, there is interference on the audio when I'm running the power tool. No, that's not it, Story. There we go. 1, 2, 3. It's turning, it's coming on. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. There it's out. All right. Now get the other one. You get a hold on it first. I got a hold on it. Okay. Okay, it looks like it's on. It looks like it's out. Yeah, it is. It's out. Okay. Hold it for a minute. Let me get this off. Safely out of the way. Ready to take it. That took a little doing to pull it off. It was like it was sticking on something a little bit. Copy. The foot pins everywhere. Okay. Okay. You got it? Yeah. Okay, this is 07. I have got a lot of sun in my eyes here.
The first of 2 rate sensor units has already been removed, and Jeff Hoffman's already handed the replacement unit into Story Musgrave. The RSUs have serial numbers on them, and you may hear crew members reading those serial numbers to verify they have the right serial numbered unit to be placed into the telescope.
Check direction. Okay.
Just a minute ago, we were hearing some discussion about some noise associated with using the power tool. And the EVA officer here in Mission Control reports that's a small amount of EMI or electromagnetic interference.
Will it help
associated with using that power tool.
Once you get it roughly in position. Yeah, well.
Yes, Kyle, the power tool is a battery-operated power tool, much like we have down here on the ground. There's some insulation on the end of it, and you can see it's basically silver, basically if you will, a silver tape that coats the whole power tool. But much like you encounter at home when somebody operates a rotating piece of machinery like a vacuum cleaner, you get that EMI on your television screen. Oftentimes you see it disturbing the television picture, and that's pretty much what Jeff was experiencing. Since he's holding the power tool up over his right shoulder, the antenna for the EMU is right on top of the what we call the plis, essentially the backpack on his back, and it's at the top. That flat white piece is the antenna, and the rotating machinery, the power tool, is very near the antenna, so you would expect this kind of reaction at this point. Speaking of noise, when you're inside the suit, there's a certain noise that you grow accustomed to. There's fans spinning to circulate the air. There's pumps spinning to circulate the cooling water inside your suit to keep you comfortable. And that noise is kind of is in the background, and you don't really pay attention to it. The only time you would ever become aware of it once you've gotten used to using the suit is if the noise stops, and that's kind of an immediate sign that there would be a problem. That's not the case at this time, but it's much like you're on if you've ever been on a ship or an airplane. If things get quiet, then you know there's something is cut off and not working. So that's kind of a built-in human factors benefit to being in the suit.
Well, the two astronauts, Story Musgrave inside the telescope's aft shroud and Jeff Hoffman riding on the end of the arm, are about an hour and a half or so into the first spacewalk. This task during training usually took the crew members about 2 hours, a little more than 2 hours, to change out 2 of the rate sensor units. And we've been following along in what's called the EVA checklist, the extravehicular activity checklist, and the crew's actually running a little bit ahead of schedule at this point.
I want to keep my hand, I should keep my hand on, maybe do the top one if you could, so I can hang on.
Yep.
So the problem is the top one may already be in for.
I'm watching it. I won't let it feed out.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, great. That's fine. I am? Boy.
Okay, why don't you leave it go at that? Oh, geez, I'm looking right directly into bright clouds here.
Okay, I'm on, sorry.
Okay.
Is that going?
I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is. 4. Okay, I'll take this all the way in then.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, and we're slipping, so that's good. I'll take the top one. Okay, that slipped after only one turn, which means it was engaged the first time. Okay, so that's good. Altimeter is slipping.
Got one more to go.
Okay. One, 2, 3. Arc limiter is slipping. Okay, we have 3 bolts all towards the 5.
Very good.
I'll take that in just a moment, Story. Wait a minute.
Yes.
I got it?
Okay, connectors. Next one, tether tone. P1.
Claude, pull me away.
Thank you, Widget. P1 is on.
Okay.
It's identical to the mechanical simulator at Goddard.
Pull me further away from the telescope so I can reconfigure.
Roger. fabulous training there.
And I guess, Jeff, you'll be going back to torque at 10 and power tool at 3 next, right?
Okay. To take it off. Take the other one off.
That's right.
T2 was on, and I waiting on
Okay, that's good, Claude.
waiting on you to get me out.
Okay, Houston, Endeavour, if you copy, the right RSU is swapped out.
And we copy that, Tom. Great work.
Those guys are doing all the work, and they're looking good.
They are looking good.
Greg?
We're impressed.
Hey, Greg?
Go ahead.
Ask Dr. Eisman if this is the kind of surgery he was training me for.
I will ask.
Okay.
What time is it in Houston now?
11:25.
Okay.
It's 11:25 p.m., but it feels like early morning.
Okay. Same for us.
The lead EVA officer here in Mission Control, Sue Rainwater, following along with the crew, reports they're right now just about a half an hour or so ahead of the timeline.
You looking at us on the elbow camera, Tom?
Come down.
Not sure they're hearing us.
Claude? Claude, are you hearing me?
I hear you.
Let's come down.
Stay down.
Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. That's good. Now to the left.
Okay, to the left.
About 2 feet. And now let's start moving in. Okay, start moving in.
Roger. In.
Good. I'm going to get your left foot first. Sorry.
Okay.
The left foot is free. You get your right foot. The right foot is free. Now, okay, you sort of slowly work yourself out. I've got your feet.
Okay, you can just pull me out, Jim.
Okay. I've got you. Watch your right hand.
Me?
I have you.
Okay, pull me away. Okay. Now, should I just get out of the way?
Yeah.
Can you do the PFR?
Yeah. You can watch.
Okay. I think I'm caught on you or something.
Well, you're not, let's see, you're not caught on me.
Okay.
Jeff, RSU is in between you and the MFR there again behind you, so easy.
Okay, thanks. Keep reminding me of that because I can't see it.
If I get a closeout.
Okay. Now, first thing I'm going to do is go 30 left. 30 right, I mean.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
more than 30. There. I know it's stiff.
Did you have trouble getting that in?
Yeah, it goes like that.
Okay. There we go. Okay, Claude, bring me down 2 feet, please.
Down 2 feet.
Stop.
I should be all right in there, Tom.
Say what, Stuart?
Well, we've done the hours using the mechanical simulator at night.
Yep. We've got a big
Endeavour
light
Houston
here,
for
too,
Tom.
if we need it. Go ahead.
Tom, with all the movement to change the PFR settings, we're seeing the RSUs bounce around a little bit. That makes us a little bit uncomfortable. If we could add a second tether to those, that would maybe stabilize those a little bit.
Okay. I had a hard tether wrapped around them already.
Let me do the PFR then.
I can stabilize you if you want to do that, Story.
Okay, I'll do
Claude,
it.
let's pull me away. First of all, we gotta get that pit pin in. That's been what I've been having trouble with.
Okay, let me try that. So, yeah.
After that, I think.
Lean back, Jeff.
Claude, let's pull me back.
I'll get tethered to it.
Yeah, you put a tether on it.
Yeah, I don't have one. I know what I'll do. I'll take one off my mini workstation here. Put this one on it. And I'll get the right one.
It's a little bit uncomfortable. If we could add a second tether to those, that would maybe stabilize those a little bit.
Okay. I had a hard tether wrapped around them already.
Let me do the PFR then.
I can stabilize you if you want to do that, Story.
Okay, I'll do
Claude,
it.
let's pull me away. First of all, we gotta get that pit pin in. That's been what I've been having trouble with.
Okay, let me try that. So, yeah.
After that, I think.
Lean back, Jeff.
Claude, let's pull me back.
I'll get tethered to it.
Yeah, you put a tether on it.
Yeah, I don't have one. I know what I'll do. I'll take one off my mini workstation here. Put this one on it. And I'll get the right one.
Okay, hold it there, Claude.
Okay, stop.
With one of the rate sensor units already changed out, the two crew members are now repositioning the PFR, which is the portable foot restraint that Story Musgrave is using to position himself. And the discussion was that the RSUs that are on the foot restraint on the end of the robot arm are moving around a little bit, and so we've asked the crew to try to tether those or hold them in position a little bit more.
Okay, move away.
Forward in the bay.
Roger. Then, Jeff, I think what you ought to do first is yaw to the right with your feet. There you go.
And Kyle, you mentioned that they were 30 minutes ahead. This is bodes well for the rest of the EVA. To be ahead on the EVA is a real milestone, and it goes to a lot of credit to the folks that planned this and put it all together and did the choreograph on the ground.
Roger that. Advisors up.
tether to it. How about some yaw, Tom?
Okay, yaw on this one is red mark on 2.
Oh, it's really tight.
Yes. This doesn't look nice. That's the best I can find.
They're coming?
No.
The pin is all the way out.
Yes.
Here it is.
Second here.
Yeah, I'm letting go of you, Story.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm going all right.
And Jeff, we're looking at
I have it. I have it, Story.
Okay.
Let's just turn it.
Jeff, we're looking in the sun again. You worked on the RSUs and secured them a little better, right?
I have 2 tethers already. That's about as good as I can do, Tom.
Okay, we'll just try to watch for you and
I'm
let you know where they're at.
Yeah, I'm just not going to bounce around yanking on the foot restraint. I think that'll make them okay.
Okay.
And Houston
Yeah,
copies.
This is very hard work. Both the articulating socket into the telescope and the PFR into the articulating socket. Okay, Tom, how about a little roll?
So let's see, we have to get the
Roll is 3.
I got it already. See?
down in the articulating joint.
It's 11.
Okay.
1-1.
The articulating joint is 11.
Yes, sir.
You know, I had to stretch a little there, like maybe I wanted to be higher up.
Okay, then maybe you want to put it a notch higher.
Let's try at 10.
Yep.
Okay, and
Now the roll and pitch should be okay.
yes. Roll, Tom.
Okay, roll is 3.
That's great, Tom. Okay, Jeff, you can use me on in. Okay?
And we got yaw 2 on the red mark, right?
Yeah.
So, Story, let's go.
Okay.
You're in good hands.
Yeah, I know, Jeff. Now you got me.
Yeah. Okay, you have your hand on it.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Claude, bring me in towards the telescope. Okay. Work your way up. I think you want to get in and on your side a little bit more, Story.
Yeah.
Claude, keep coming in, please.
Okay, move in.
Hang on, Story, until I get moved in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Stop, Claude.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, how does that feel? This is where your feet will be.
That's very good.
Okay? You get your left foot first. The angle isn't quite right, Story. For your feet. I'm going to change the roll by 1. Okay? Drop me down 1 foot.
I'm not 1 foot.
Guys, you really got your sun in your eyes in there, don't you, Tom?
Yep, I can see you now, though. I think for a while we couldn't see anything.
Claude's going to move a shadow over the starboard window.
Okay, got your visors up and
One foot to the right.
to the right, Jeff.
Endeavour is currently moving from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, just moving from daylight into darkness as it wraps up the 43rd orbit of the mission. When Endeavour crosses the equator in just a few minutes, it will begin the 44th orbit of the flight.
Okay, let's come up. Okay.
Stop.
Okay, let's move your right foot out of the way, Story.
That's good, Jim.
Okay. Now give me your right foot. It's a little tough getting it down there. Is that...
I don't need it in, Jim.
Okay, that's good then. Okay, Claude, let's move me away so I can get reconfigured and get ready for the next transfer.
Okay, I moved you away now.
You happy? Story,
Yes, I'm very happy.
okay, good.
And obviously I still have a go for connectors, Tom.
That's correct. And you know what the good news is here, Story?
What's that?
I don't even care what numbers you ended up with on the PFR. It's the last time we have to do it.
How about 1997? We1 is off.
Okay, I'm gonna see, Tom, if I can tighten down 1002 a little bit more.
We2 is off. And again, Tom, the memory's fantastic. They stay right there.
Good.
Maybe out about 3 inches. And for future reference, Tom, this one's a lot easier than the other. But I guess because the FLC's a lot smaller.
Okay.
Okay, I have 1002 tightened down a bit.
Story, we're going to get you with a little mag light, okay?
All right. I don't need it, but we might try it out.
Houston just reconfirmed there's no problem with the mag light in the Shroud, correct?
Okay. And I got very good lighting, but let's try it out.
Tom, we're going to double check for you.
We're doing it just to try it out, right, Tom?
Yeah, I'm just double checking with Houston that there's no problem. Nothing's changed since we left.
Because I have really great lighting now. Well, we ought to try it out.
Yeah, we will if they'll let us.
Endeavour
We ought to
Houston,
try it out
Tom, you are
before-
go to use the mag light as you see fit.
Okay, thanks a lot, Houston. Come, Store.
All right. Hey, man, look at that. That's marvelous.
Yeah.
Marvelous. Wow. And what's that do for your TV image? But that helps, doesn't it?
A little bit.
See?
And Kyle, you might have heard the crew talking about the mag light. That's a portable, handheld spotlight, if you will, that the crew from inside the cabin is now shining on the work site. That's a new piece of equipment we have for tasks such as this when we get into the dark side. Some other lighting that the crew has available to them are helmet lights, and you can see Jeff Hoffman, his 2 helmet lights on board on either side of his head on top of his helmet. They're more or less for immediate work area activities as he's trying to get the new RSU in position to hand off to Story to install.
This is 1006.
Roger that.
It's going to go in here now.
Okay.
And Jeff Hoffman is just reading the serial numbers for the next RSU that will be replaced, Story Musgrave, getting into position to change out the rate sensor unit number 3, which is the second of 2 scheduled for this this particular task.
And listen. Check direction. Full extension. Okay.
And you hear Jeff calling off the particular tools he's going to need, putting the correct extension and socket on the power tool to drive the bolts home that will install and secure the new RSU on board the Hubble.
Okay, keep coming in.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. Let's come up about 6 inches.
Up 6 inches.
And left about 1 foot.
Left 1 foot.
Let's get up. Okay, stop.
Stop.
I got it, Jim.
Okay.
We're tethered, Tom.
Good.
Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
You configure for mode 2?
That is affirmative.
I just hit your frame to may have some motion in it. That's the RSU that's been replaced.
Second, get it.
I can read the connector identifiers.
Okay, spin it a little. You're on.
Okay, KT, good.
2, 3,
Coming out.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It's free. Okay, spin it. You're on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
And it's free now.
9. Okay. This one I'll get myself. You hold on.
I have it.
And Kyle, you heard Kathy Thornton, KT as we call her, inside the cabin, saying that she could read some of the numbers on some of the boxes inside the Hubble and around the work site. What she's using is essentially a camera with a 300 millimeter lens on it and has a doubler on it. So essentially it becomes a 600 millimeter lens. And she might be taking some pictures of the work site with that camera, as well as just using it as a sort of binoculars.
And Kathy Thornton's been, yesterday she was sending down some photos of the solar arrays, especially the bent bistem that we were looking at yesterday. She sent some of those photos down, and those are primarily designed for the folks on the ground. The electronic still camera can downlink those photos almost real time so that the payload community can take a good look at those and make any assessments that may be required.
And the electronic still camera is a handy device because it's an electronic camera and doesn't use film.
Line make connector.
It has the ability to, in low light situations,
Now.
Roger that.
to be able to record an image sometimes.
Serial number 6. You check the microids and the connectors, pins are good?
They are. Everything looks good.
Okie doke. I'm ready.
Sometimes with a little better facility than even high-speed films can.
And we're hearing Jeff Hoffman counting. The counting that Jeff Hoffman's doing is as the power tool makes its turns on the bolts to loosen the second of the replacement or the second rate sensor unit that Story Musgrave will be pulling out shortly.
And Kyle, you heard Story earlier ask about Dr. Eisman, his mentor, so to speak, to is this the kind of surgery that he was taught to do? And certainly Dr. Musgrave, a surgeon as well as an astronaut, is performing a little bit of mechanical surgery here. But when the crew gets kind of whimsical, with a comment or two like that, you can tell they're feeling good and they're in stride as they go through this.
Well, the two astronauts are now about 2 hours or so into the spacewalk, and again, they're still following the timeline, but they're actually about a half an hour or so ahead, and we've got flight controllers that stay pretty fine-tuned into the EVA checklist that the crew is following.
Roger that.
Trying to get that tether hook somewhere. What? There. If I get my hand on it just right. Yeah.
Okay. And should I come on to help you?
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to push much. You told me.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready? Yes, I'm ready. One, two, three, four. Does that look?
I can't see it for the handle.
Okay. One, two, three, four. Does it look like it's driving?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It did.
The other one. One, two, three,
Looking good. Guess you can finish that one.
four. Well, in low speed, the power tool is really slowing down.
It's too slow now.
Yeah. We put it in high, see what it does. That's a little better. 7, 8, and torque limiter slipping after 8 3/4 turns.
Very good. Try to do this.
One. One. Two. Three. Four. Well, it started slipping after about 8 1/4. Okay. Okay, last one. 1, 2, 3. After 3 1/2, that was a little less than 8 total.
Okay, and it looks good up there, Story?
Yes, sir. It looks very good. connectors are going on. B2 is on. B1 is on. Man, I love it. Just love it. I'll get your tether off here. The kind of connectors I like. Good, loads of practice on some others. When you're ready, I have your tether. Hand it to me. You ready? I'm ready. Here it comes. I got it. Okay. Claude, let's pull me away slowly. Okay. I'll wait here till you get me out. Yep. That time, I think that's slightly better than delta plates and beanie caps. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, you bet. Are the connectors going? Oh, I called them a long time ago. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're both done. They went slick. Good. I just saw the moon go behind you. I was trying to take a picture as it did that. I didn't see it yet. No, it's back behind us. Okay, we're ready to come back in, Claude. Okay, back in, Jeff. And down. To the right. Into the right. Keep coming down. Stop coming in. Just come down now. Okay, down. Down and to the right. Down and to the right. Okay. In one more foot. In 1 foot. Stop. Stop there. Is that this foot? You get your left foot. Okay. I got you. You got me? Are you sure? I have you. I'll get down low. Okay. You ready to take me? I have you. Yeah, you got me. I'll get down and get my mini workstation. Okay, Tom, we're going to do some photo TV here. Get my mini workstation, pick up the PFR. Copy that. The doors. Okay, thanks, Jeff. And Jeff's going to help you with your mini workstation? I think I can get it, Tom. I can come down and hold your back straight. I think I'm going to be fine. Okay.
The EVA officer here in Mission Control reporting that the crew's about 20 minutes ahead of the timeline, has now completed installation of both rate sensor units. The next step for both spacewalking astronauts, Jeff Hoffman on the end of the robot arm and Story Musgrave, the free-floating astronaut, is to clean up the work site and allow for photos, documentation with the end effector camera. two crew members will also take a tool inventory, make sure they have all the tools that were used.
Put my heating down, my cooling down to 1. Because I'm just going to be standing here for a while.
Okay. So you're still doing good on temperature, right?
Yeah. I'll talk to you in a second here.
Maybe I'll go to actually full hot just to see what that feels like for a while.
Hey, Bob, can you get it?
And Kyle, you mentioned tool inventory. That's something that might be unusual to folks down here on the ground that may work with a lot of tools. But one thing in the aviation industry that we've adapted and taken aboard is that when you do work with tools around an aircraft, you want to make sure that those small tools or any of them don't get left on board the aircraft. So you, after each use or when you complete a task, you take a complete inventory to ensure that whatever you've taken to your work site is then removed and restowed, so it doesn't wind up, in our case, floating around the vehicle of the HST.
Yeah, I guess it's a little different in space. You set a tool down in space and it could float away from you, whereas on the ground, you set it down and it stays there.
Go ahead. Where are we? Here over Central America, heading up toward Cuba.
And Kyle, that's a great comment, because on board in the cabin, if you put something somewhere, you have to make sure it's secured with Velcro and stays there, because when you look for something, you don't look on top of tabletops or surfaces. You got to look everywhere, up, down, right, left, and every which way to find something that may have gotten lost.
We copy all that, Tom. Great work, and we're watching the video downlink. And for story, the word from Dr. Eisman is that every surgeon in the country is operating with his and her fingers crossed to give you guys extra luck today.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I guess that's good. I guess that's good for you guys. I'm not sure that's so good for the patients.
Roger that. That's what we were thinking. Go ahead.
My hands are really warm.
Great.
My hands have not had one single hit of cool. They are really comfortable. Of course, I've been working right along, too.
Yep, you really have.
And Kyle, you just hear Story mention how comfortable he feels at this point, and that's a good sign. I guess of all the EVA astronauts that have gone in the past on the shuttle, they probably have some of the best suit fits of any of us, because of the time and the duration and of their training period for this particular mission.
Well, we're looking at, again, this is part of the EVA task, is for Claude Nicollier to move the robot arm about the work site that the two crew members were just in. This is a view from the end effector camera inside the aft shroud, some of the star trackers visible, as well as the rate sensor units, including the two that were just changed out by Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman.
Watching me shimmy down this thing with my feet.
And Kyle, you mentioned the star trackers. We have those same star trackers on the shuttle, whether they're the same technically, but the same generic type of instrument. And believe it or not, in space we use celestial navigation. We fix on the stars, just like the sailors of old did as they crossed the ocean. And we position ourselves very precisely. And even today, that is one of the most precise ways you can get a fix on where you are. And that tells the Hubble or the shuttle, the orbiter, depending upon which set you're using, where it is in the universe, and therefore it can determine if you want to change its direction and point at something. It knows where it is, so it knows which way to turn to point at the appropriate star or celestial object.
Endeavour Houston, go ahead.
Greg, I sent down 5 frames, ESC frames of the RSUs. Do you want to pull those off now and see if they're any good?
Okay, we will do that, KT.
Okay, Jeff, we got our end effector video, and I think we're ready to close the doors. Houston, you copy? We got our end effector video, and we're ready to button up the minus V3 doors.
Yes, sir, we copy and press on.
Mission Specialist Tom Akers inside the crew compartment is looking out the aft windows. He is serving as basically the choreographer for Story Musgrave and Jeff Hoffman.
If you copied, we've got the end effector video, and we're getting ready to button up the minus V3 doors.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, we got caught in hand over there. We copied, and you're go to press on. Good work, guys.
Okay, Jeff.
Okay. Well, Claude, let's go for the starboard door first.
Okay, stop it.
Well, Kyle, I guess this is where experience pays off. These guys are making it look real easy.
Well, I think you spend nearly 400 hours of training, I guess, for all 4 of the spacewalking astronauts. The 2 crew members that are out in the payload bay right now Jeff Hoffman spent about 190 hours in the water, and Story Musgrave nearly 163 hours in the water. So
that's Olympic grade training as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the crew's already been finished the rate sensor unit checkout and the check with the end effector camera, so they're moving on now to close the aft shroud doors. And the next task, I guess, will be to go and prepare that solar array carrier for tomorrow's EVA by Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers.
It goes all the way around the inside, and it looks like it's there all the way around. I don't see that it's been torn or damaged.
Okay, good.
Okay, let's move towards inboard.
Okay. And you just one final look in there, Jeff. Everything looks good, right?
No loose feathers dangling or anything like that.
Okay.
Articulating socket is stored.
Copy, Story.
Just watching this close in with the light field. Okay, and let's move over towards the door on the port side.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Let's come back.
Okay.
got the latch engaged.
Okay.
Okay, the latch is closed. Put the foot pin in. Look around the seal. Oh, looks like it's well closed up. Now let me get the other bolts laying in place before I tighten the handle bolt. So move me up.
And you didn't feel any resistance from the seal, right?
No. I mean, it felt just like opening it, only in reverse.
Okay.
Let's go up.
Up.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to get the other bolts done, it looks like, until I get the door bolt tightened up. They're open. The door on the upper side is open farther. There's actually about a quarter-inch gap between the two doors.
Okay.
So let me try tightening up the... so let me see what the bottom bolt looks like. Let's go down about 6 feet, Claude.
Okay, we copied that. You think you can go ahead and tighten the handle up and get the others to engage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
The upper part of the door, there's about a quarter of an inch gap between the two doors. That's a lot. That's more than we have on the bottom. So let's move down. I wanna take a look at this.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much it's gonna pull in. So let's move down.
Head down.
You've got a good overlap of the right-hand door over the left-hand door. Keep coming down.
I'd have to pitch you down now because of clearance.
Yeah, I can see that little gap at the top up there, Jeff.
And yeah, the bolt in the bottom is easy to get in.
Okay.
There's plenty of room. So...
Got the one right above the handle. Can you engage it?
No, I cannot. Claude, let's come up. Back to the door handle.
Okay. Back up.
I'm wondering if there may be a little bit of stable warpage in the doors. Would they like me just to do the handle bolt and see if that pulls it in enough and see if we can sort of zipper it together? Or would they like me to open it again and try to close it?
Okay, let me talk to him, Jeff.
I'm going to stand by.
Okay, Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour, Houston, we copy time we're talking about. Stand by.
Okay.
We opened them in the sunlight, and now they've been in the dark, in the cold for a long time.
Yep. How's your temperature doing, Jeff?
Oh, I'm fine. I weren't so hot, though. I told you that, right?
Yes, yep.
And Kyle, you heard Jeff mention about the door that he can engage one of the bottom bolts, but the top bolt is not exactly lining up. And he also mentioned about it's been in the dark a while.
Okay, you got it all put up, huh?
Yeah, it's set when I come back for get some tools when we do closeout.
Roger that.
I'm heading for back prep.
That's affirmed.
If they think that the doors are going to be a long time, talking about that, I can always go and put the RSUs away.
That's affirmed, but we need to maneuver to another attitude. Can't do that till we get the doors closed. Let's see if Houston comes back with something.
I got my cooling on too now.
And Kyle, I was talking about the thermal excursions that the telescope goes through.
Oh, I see the dawn out there.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
We'd like to go back to square one with the doors. Let's open everything back up and start over.
Hey, copy, Jeff?
I do.
And
And you copy what we had done, Houston, the nominal door closure procedure, just pulled them to and put the handle, latched it, and put the pin in. We hadn't tightened anything.
We understand that, Tom.
And as I was mentioning earlier, Kyle, Jeff mentioned that the doors have been in darkness for a while. When they opened them, they were in sunlight. And as you know, when something gets real warm, as it does on the sunlit side of the Earth, to the dark side of the Earth, it gets very cold. And the structure, particularly metal, undergoes a great thermal excursion. That is, when it's warm, as you know, it expands, and when it gets cold, it contracts. And more so than what we're accustomed to with thermal excursions down here on the ground. So maybe the doors have contracted a little bit, and they're just a little bit out of alignment. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of discussion going on right now.
Down there, I could feel that was cold.
Oh, really? It's cold down in there?
Yeah, putting the PFR away, you know, and handling the locking pin and all on the HST toolbox, I could feel that was cold.
Okay.
Okay,
But your hands are still doing good, right?
yes, sir, really well. Right.
Houston copies.
And you also heard, Kyle, that Story mentioned some things felt a little bit cold to the touch. I can tell you from my own experience, when I went from the sunlit side of the Earth to the dark side of the Earth, when I was in sunlight, I got pretty warm, and I had to turn up my suit cooling so that I'd stay comfortable. And when I went into darkness, I had to turn the cooling down so that I'd feel a little bit warmer. Basically, when you turn up your cooling, it's like your air conditioning system. You get more flow, and you remain cooler. And on the dark side of the Earth, I had basically to shut cooling off to stay warm.
Anything?
Gonna climb up and look up on the top part?
Yeah. Let me push it all the way open, get them out in the sunlight. Claude, let's move up. Up.
Hey, Tom.
Sir.
Top latches are your highest priority on the carrier, aren't they?
That's affirmative.
Okay, I'll get after them first.
Okie doke.
L6 wrench. For 23.
Who's coming up?
Okay.
They drive me over to the starboard door now.
Okay.
Okay, now back towards the center.
Okay.
Going to make sure that
That's you guys looking into the sun. Who's that with a white hat on? Is that Claude?
It's Covey with his Aggie hat.
Oh, I see him. Okay, Tom, let me describe what I feel with this left door.
Okay, and Houston, you copying Jeff, okay?
We're copying him fine, Tom.
When I'm
Okay, go ahead,
closing it, the door is about 2 inches thick. As I push it closed, I feel no resistance until the inside of the door is even with the outer door envelope on the telescope. Then if I want to get at that last inch or so before the seals touch, I have to push. And I can see the door warping a little bit as I do that.
Okay, and it's not the light shade seal that's touching, right?
That's correct. Okay, let me look close on the inside here. Run down along. Move me a little bit to starboard, Claude.
To stop it?
I want to be real careful. And in a little bit. Stop.
Stop.
No, there's nothing in there that I see that's catching.
Okay, copy.
Let's run over and try that on the right-hand door. We'll move to port.
Move to port.
Move back.
Okay.
Okay. I have the door. Move me to starboard.
To stop it.
This feels just about the same.
Copy, and Houston, Endeavour.
Let me try the bottom.
Go ahead,
Move
Tom.
down, Claude.
Down that, Tom? Yeah, just so we make sure we communicated everything we see here. The gap we're seeing at the top is in the Y direction, not in X. In other words, it's like the doors, the gap there, they don't meet in Y right at the top.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. And just to make sure, on the top of both doors there should be a shear plate right towards the center. We assume that Jeff is looking at that and has verified that they are not misaligned or anything.
Well, that's what I was trying to see. I can see it right up to when it actually looks like it should engage. I can't confirm that it really engages because it gets hidden. So pushing the bottom of this door, it feels just about the same. I think it's the natural springiness of the door.
Okay, what's your assessment, Jeff, if we latched the handle and tightened it, and the bottom, you think you could get one of the other two latches above it?
I won't know until we try. But it was pretty, well, we're going to have to try it. Let me close it again and see what it looks like this time, okay? And I can tell you something a little more quantitative.
Okay, you copy Houston and concur?
We're looking at it, Tom.
Okay, Jeff's going to go ahead and attempt to close it and make the handle latch again, if that's okay.
Claude, come up 2 feet.
Or we'll stand by if you want us to.
Give us 30 seconds, Tom.
Okay, why don't we stand by, Jeff?
All right.
Hear from Houston. All right.
I'm standing by.
Stop.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, Jeff is go ahead and close the doors. We'd like him to close from the center. Go ahead and close the handle latch and then try to zipper it up, see if that works.
Okay. Copy, Jeff.
I got it. Okay, the handle latch is coming closed. I'm going to look at the upper part this time. Well, and we still have that gap there. Okay, before I drive this bolt, let me just go over and let's go up 3 feet, Claude. I want to see how much the next bolt misses by.
Okay, up 3 feet.
Okay, that's good.
Stop.
Okay. The inner part of the groove, which the bolt will have to grab onto, is flush with the very top of the bolt head. So we're out by about 1 centimeter.
Copy. Copy,
Okay.
Houston.
Tom, would you say that again, please? I want to make sure we're clear.
We are short of being able to get the bolt in by about 1 centimeter.
It's the top bolt.
Okay, we understand, and Jeff is going to push on the door to help if that will facilitate engaging that bolt.
No, I'm just pushing the arm away.
Okay, we want to try tightening the handle bolt, Jeff, and see if it'll zip her up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, drop me down, Claude.
We concur, Tom.
Copy.
Okay, toward 23, number 4.
Roger that.
Right.
Jeff, I'm heading over to Fox now for the office.
Okay. Drop me down 2 feet.
Okay, Jeff, Claude and I are handing over the arm. We'll bring it down 3 feet.
About 2 feet.
Okay, coming down 2.
I'm at torque 23, going to do a turn and a third, Tom.
Okay, Story, copy. Slowly and smoothly, right?
You can see me, can't you?
Yep,
Is this like that quality work?
sure does. Stop.
Hey, 1 foot to the right, 1 foot in.
One right and one in.
Okay, actually stop right there. That feels good.
Okay, stopping.
Okay, the door's coming Moving close. 3, 4. Power tool is really struggling. Has given up, Tom.
Okay, copy that. Sounds like gonna need a battery, huh?
Well, let me tell you what happened. I was driving with a very high torque, so much that I had to hold it with my hand. And all of a sudden, the torque just released. Oh, no, wait a minute. It started to turn again.
So it turns now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's very strange.
Power tool may have powered out, before you hit the torque limit.
Very well. Let me try that again. I think I'm probably going to have to put the Essex wrench on to get it all the way tightened.
Okay.
Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour, Houston, go ahead.
It anymore.
Okay.
Let's take a look at what the upper bolt looks like now.
I can send you a picture of the top of that door if you're ready.
Let's move up 3 feet.
Let's try the next bolt right above you first, Jeff.
That's what I mean. That's where we want to zipper it in.
Okay.
That's the bolt that I was talking about, Tom, that was out by a centimeter.
Copy.
With the next one up.
Okay.
KT, your go to send us that picture, please.
And it just moved.
Okay, stuff just moved in the field. I'll get it to you in a minute.
It moved about a third of the distance that we need.
How much?
And
move out of the way.
Tom, just verify that the bolt is backed out all the way to the hard stop.
Yeah, we just went to the soft stop. And that's what if you'll give us a go, we can bring it out all the way to a torque limit.
Well, I can look at it. Well, I'll bring it on a little further.
You're going to back that out to the hard stop.
Okay.
Okay. Change the direction.
It's looking good, Story.
Right. It's unfortunate the tether hooks interfere right here.
I see.
Oh, now we're in trouble.
Why?
The bolt on the other end the screw has pulled out, Tom. It's supposed to be captive.
Okay. Is it still there?
It's still there. Let me get the power tool off and try to grab it.
And your trash bag's over your right shoulder.
Yeah. Okay.
There's no way to hold the screw there and tighten it back into it, is there?
Well, there may be if I put the needle nose on it.
Okay. I guess the first priority is to secure it, right?
Well, once I get it in the bag, it's going to be hard getting it off.
That's right.
I mean, it's going to be hard getting it out. It's come. Now, let me just say, this is a screw that I have here on the other end. The bolt is still in the pin. The bolt is still in that little copper-colored enclosure, okay, in the hole. On the other end of the hole is a washer and a screw, and that's what came out. The screw came out. The washer is still attached. I mean, it's obviously just hanging in there by adhesion.
Copy, but the screw's necessary for the latch to work, right?
I do not know. The screw may be part of the mechanism that's supposed to make it captive, in which case we really don't need it. And before I mess around with needle nose, I'd like to find out from the ground what the situation is. I'm going to keep it in my hand for now.
Copy, Houston. The screw that Jeff came off the other end of the bolt, and he has it in his hand now.
We copy that, Tom. We'd like to move Jeff out of the way a second so KT can take a quick picture of that. And Story is go to stop what he's doing and to come over and assist Jeff.
Okay, you copy, Story?
Yes. I completed the F latch there and the SATA clamp lock.
On the port array, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
The discussions that have been going on relate to the closing of the two doors that protect the star trackers and the rate sensor units.
That bolt?
Oh, yes, quite a few. Quite a few.
Okay.
And after that, I was surprised, actually, because I had come to a real soft stop. And when I started to turn it, it turned and it went, 2, 3, 4, and I was thinking, that soft stop must have been premature. And then the tension.
Put your hand down a little, Jeff, please. Thanks.
And then the tension on the power tool released. It went way down, and I looked, and there was this screw floating around. But I think what I was really doing when I was on turning was pulling it out of the screw. I don't know how that interior mechanism works.
Okay, so you don't think you gained any on length?
I'll go and look, but I'm reluctant to. I don't want to drop the screw, and I'm afraid if I move it around too much, I might lose the washer. But I can move it gently.
Well, let's wait and see what the ground thinks. And Story's coming back too.
Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
I said 2 frames of the lower door bolt, and the last 2 frames are of the upper door bolt.
Okay, we copy. Thank you.
And quite a turn of events here. The captive bolt is come out of its socket in the door, and Jeff now has that in his hand, and he really has no place to put it at the moment, and he is holding it between his thumb and forefinger, and that's a rather difficult position to hold over a long period of time. The idea is Jeff is possibly going to have to insert the bolt back into the hole and get it threaded. However, as you might have heard him comment, there's a washer that sits in there also, and as you try and do that, if things don't go perfectly, that washer may indeed come out of the hole that it's sitting in, and now you have 2 pieces that have become detached. A bit of a problem. Folks are working the problem down here on the ground, and at this point, I'd be hard-pressed to see what else can be done. And Jeff mentioned also that he has a little trash caddy that, for debris like this, we can stick in there. But once he puts that bolt in the trash caddy, the opening to the trash caddy is too small to get his fingers in to retrieve anything out of there. So he's stuck holding that for the time being.
And the team here on the ground, of course, is looking at the options. And Kathy Thornton, just a few minutes ago, took a couple of quick snapshots using the electronic still camera, which is a modified, similar to a 35mm camera. It's modified to take instant pictures on a stored disk. And those can be downlinked to the ground almost real time, and that's what she's been doing, taking a picture of that upper latch that Jeff Hoffman was just working with, and also the lower latch. The The seal across the top of the door is where the gap originally appeared that Jeff Hoffman was talking about. So he's standing by on the end of the robot arm, waiting for some more words while the flight control team looks at what the next step would be. And they've already instructed Story Musgrave to come back up and assist in this procedure.
And right now, Kyle, you see the camera zoomed in on the area in question. What we're looking at, the white portion in the upper right-hand portion of the screen, that is the wide field planetary camera. Just below that, the circular feature there on the camera, I believe, is a star tracker. And in clock position relative to that, if you look at about the 7 or 8 o'clock position, there's a small piece on the end of the door. That's where the bolt needs to go into.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, Jeff is going to put the piece in his hand in the trash bag.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, and Story, I guess, as you get up there, the main thing to watch out for is the star tracker shades there, and I don't know if you want to be behind Jeff on the arm or what the ground's got in mind for us to do here.
Box, if you'll move me in just a little closer, I'm going to have a closer look at the...
Okay, Jeff, I'll bring you in about a foot.
Boy, I'm driving in.
Hey, you want me to move away?
Just a little bit, yeah. Okay, that's good, Zach.
Okay.
Okay, the bolt did come out further, Tom. It is not, it still misses by about 2 millimeters.
Okay, copy.
The washer is hanging in there. It's so loose, I can now turn it with my fingertips, the bolt.
Copy. Will it come out anymore?
That's what I'm looking at. And I'm keeping my finger up against the washer. And the answer is yes, it's coming out, and I think I'll be able to get it engaged.
It's going to hang in there and work, you think, to tighten it up?
Well, we'll find out. But at least that'll keep it secure. Like I said, no, the whole bolt came out.
Can you get it started back?
Yep. I want to get the washer first.
Okay.
Do you want me to come over your shoulder with a power tool, and you hold the bolt and I drive it?
Let me get the washer in the trash bag.
You want me to hold the
I want
bolt?
you to hold the bolt, Story.
I have the bolt.
Okay. Okay, the washer is in the trash bag.
You have it?
I have it. I'm going to get it restarted.
Do you want to hold the shaft and I come over your shoulder with a power tool, Jeff?
Well, I can start it with my finger, Story. There's no resistance on it.
You could be holding the bolt and I could drive it, but
Okay. Okay. It's reinserted, Tom.
Okay, can it swing over and catch now?
No, it's still out by a few millimeters. want to get it screwed in and off. It's about 3 turns. I don't want it to come out again.
Would there be any way to start it from the engaged side and get it to thread, or would that help?
That would help. It'll give us, it'll give us a few more millimeters. But before I do that, we probably ought to let the ground talk about it.
Okay, and Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour, Houston, Tom.
Let me just...
What we'd like you to do is leave the problem bolt alone and try to zipper up the doors using the other bolts.
Okay, well, the bottom one we can do, but the very top one, you know, the one we're working on is the first one above the handle. The top one's not going to make either, right, Jeff?
That's correct.
So we're only going to be able to make the bottom one, and then we'll have the handle, and then we'll have two not made at the top.
I'd like to know from the ground whether, if this is a thermal warpage problem, whether they would like us to open the doors and put them back in the sun for a while and then try to close them. That's one option. The other thing, Tom, your suggestion about going in from the other side, right now the bolt is going into a little flat indentation on that copper plug, and so we would gain about 2 millimeters by going in from the other side. That might...
Okay.
I need to come out and look at what's going on, Jeff.
Well, can you get in a place, I think the most important thing, if you could get in a place where you could grab it.
Okay. I got wind pick up there. I can't get near.
That's the problem.
Let me go up there and look. See how. Got the worst thick radiator.
Endeavour, Houston. Endeavour, Houston.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
We don't want to not optimize our time here, so what we'd like to do is some useful work. We'd like to leave the doors alone in their current configuration and press on with the SAC prep after RSU, and let us think about the doors for a little while, and we'll see if we come up with an alternative solution there.
Okay, and so Story, I guess you can head back to the SAC. And Greg, I don't know if you copied our last transmission. It looks like to Jeff that if he restarted that bolt from the engaged position, that would give him enough tolerance to do that, and then that bolt would be engaged. And also, we're not sure you copied the bolt we're working on is the first one above the handle. So the upper two bolts are both in a position to not be able to make, and the only thing we could do is make the very bottom one. Current configuration, of course, is the handle is latched to the pip pin, and that bolt is tightened and torqued.
That bolt is not completely torqued, Tom, because the power tool didn't get up to 23.
Copies, Jeff. So it's not torqued to 23, but it's all the power tool will do on the handle bolt, Greg.
Okay, Tom, we understand all that.
Okay, so Jeff, I guess that bolt is secure there now, right?
I'd like to drive it in a little bit more with the power tool so it's coming out the, so it's in a few more turns. I mean, right now I've tightened it as much as I can with my fingers. I'd like to put 2 turns on it with the tool.
And is that okay, Houston, if he puts a couple of turns on the bolt to make sure it's really secure?
You are go to do that, Tom.
Okay, let's double check tighten on our wrench.
Yep. It's tightened. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Okay, Jeff. Put up the RSUs and start thinking ECUs. And Houston, what are we going to do about orbiter attitudes for ECUs? Are we going to be able to change attitude with the doors in this config?
We're talking about it.
Let's move away from the telescope, Zach.
This is Mission Control Houston. The plan now is to leave the doors where they are right now and give the ground some time to think about it and look at the photos that Kathy Thornton sent down via the electronic still camera of the bolt latches, and have the 2 crew members go on to the next step, which is to prepare the solar array carrier for the next day's activities to replace the twin solar arrays. At this point, the door assembly on the where the rate sensor units are located is comprised of about 5 different latches, 1 in the center and 2 on each end. The one in the center is locked in place, and the last step that Jeff Hoffman just performed was to just tighten that the latch a little bit, just to make sure that it's engaged before he moves on to the next task.
See what they want to do. Here we go, Jeff. And if they aren't ready to do ECUs, Jeff, then we'll start on putting a PFR in for the solar arrays and that. Can I take your head down towards the slope?
And Kyle, I think Jeff's suggestion about the thermal cycling on the doors is probably the culprit, and I think in the future what they'll try is have the telescope pointing at the sun, warm it up so that the doors will expand a little bit.
Tom's question, you're a go to maneuver to the biased minus ZSI attitude, reference 3-19 at the bottom.
Okay, Houston, understand we want to maneuver to that attitude at this time?
That is affirmative.
And we just heard...
Okay, we're going to go to the biased minus CSI attitude at 20, listed at 2230.
And Kyle, we just heard Capcom Greg Harbaugh call up to the crew about a maneuver to minus ZSI, translating that into English. Minus Z axis of the orbiter is the side of the orbiter that is the payload bay. Essentially, the Hubble Space Telescope is pointing in the minus Z direction. So what they're going to do is minus Z is SI is solar inertial, is point the telescope at the sun so it can then heat up. In the meantime, good ground call on the part of Flight Director Milt Helflin. While everyone's thinking about what to do about the doors, and while they're indeed warming up, the crew can then proceed with the rest of the tasks that are scheduled for the CVA.
Okay, keep me coming down, that's good. That is Fred.
Okay, Jeff, and just for my paperwork, can you read me the serial numbers off the
Sure will. I'm getting ready to put away 1003.
Copy.
That's good. Stop.
Stopping.
In fact, that's what Jeff Hoffman's doing. Jeff Hoffman can be identified of the two spacewalkers by the red stripe around the pant legs of his spacesuit. He's now loading the...
Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
Greg, the last two ESC frames are the bolt that Jeff was working on, if you want to stop this thing.
Okay, we do want to see those. Thanks.
And this is the protective enclosure that the two new rate sensor units were taken out of, and Jeff Hoffman's now loading the two removed or the old gyro packages into that compartment.
I don't have a lot of clearance here with a 2-inch. I think 6-inch maybe.
Okay, I'll use that tomorrow then.
I don't know if you got a good TV picture.
This is 1002.
Okay, copy. 1002 and 1003.
RSU enclosure works real nice.
Yeah, Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, has Jeff got to go ahead and get the ECUs out while he's at the soap?
That is affirmative, Tom.
Okay, thanks. Copy, Jeff.
Okay, let's go 3 feet forward, Fox.
Coming forward.
Overdraft latch is done. It was 1.5 turns.
Hey, copy. Ass latch on the starboard side done. And you visually verified they're open too, right, store?
Yeah.
Okay, watch your helmet, store.
Better this way.
Okay, taking out 1006.
Copy, 1006.
All pins look good.
Copy.
No dirt or debris in the bolt hole.
Great.
Houston, Endeavour. Greg, tell me when you're ready for more mode 2.
Okay, KT, we will do that. KT, we're ready now.
1005 is coming out.
Copy.
good. There's no debris in the hole. Bowersox, move me up and inboard just a bit.
Coming up and in.
Okay, that's good.
W keyhole bolt.
Outboard 1 foot.
13.
Okay, let's move up, out, up, and away. I can get these things tied down.
PC3. High.
Say again, Store.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 14, PT3, 5 turns on the keyhole. Right, Tom.
Okay, hang on 1 sec.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Central start, 14, PT3, 2 burns.
Roger that.
The two spacewalking astronauts are in the process of doing two separate tasks. Story Musgrave is preparing the solar array carrier for tomorrow's activities. This task will help in reducing the amount of time it takes to change out the solar arrays. That will leave changing the arrays solely up to Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers tomorrow rather than having to prepare to do that task. That will be done ahead of time for them.
Houston, Endeavour, we got a call here to tell you we're ready for ECU dead face for changeout.
We copy. ECU dead face is complete, Tom.
Okay, copy. So we got to go for ECU changeout, right?
It is affirmative.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And while Story continues his works on preparing the solar array carrier,
Coming up.
Jeff Hoffman has already retrieved the electronic control units. These are the electrical interfaces with the rate sensor units. And he has retrieved those two, and he's headed back to the telescope, to the work site that will be where he'll change out those two electronic control unit boxes.
You wouldn't believe the view we got here, Story. Top of your left shoulder.
And Kyle, we just heard Tom Akers mention to the crew outside to look over their shoulder and take a look down at the ground. They're currently passing over Australia, and they're marveling at the view. And I can tell you, for one that's been out there, the view without all of the glass of the shuttle windows in the way is just remarkable.
Okay, Jeff, taking you.
PDM handles in.
Copy.
Tom, I guess it must be well after midnight in Houston at this point.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that means it's December the 5th. That means it's Barbara's birthday. So I would like to wish her a very happy birthday. This is a big one.
And Jeff Hoffman just passed his birthday wishes to wife Barbara.
Every time you have it, is that it, Story? It gets better. Okay. There you go, Bob. You have it from an expert.
I have not found a point at which it does not.
And Kyle, you mentioned that the crew is currently pressing on with changing out the electronic control units. Just to clarify, they changed out the rate sensor units, and now they're in the process of changing out the pair of electronic control units.
The clamp lock is off on the starboard side.
Copy.
The electronic control units, along with the rate sensor units, combined are part of the Hubble rate gyro assembly, and both units are part of the entire system that go into keeping the Hubble stable and pointed in the directions that it needs to be in.
Okay, I'll hold.
And based on the crew's training that they've conducted in the water tanks, this task typically has taken them somewhere around an hour and a half, and as we saw with the rate sensor units, of course, that took a little less time than they had actually trained for. We typically build a little margin into all of our spacewalking tasks, just in the event of anything that slows the crew members down.
And that margin or breathing room is much welcome at the present time due to the door situation.
And I guess we got to open the J-bolts first of all. Let me just take a quick look around the field.
Complete over here, Tom. W, Y, and Z, all the keyholes, central studs. Got the PDM handle. I got the data brake lock off.
Okay, sounds like that starboard one is prepped.
Yes, sir. I'm going to go forward with the port sign. Okay, up. You wanted fair warning on the ECU, so I'm starting to open the door now, as I guess you heard that. I guess I should go get fuse plugs and head on up there.
Sounds good, Story.
Is that what you think, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm doing that.
Okay, let's drop down. About 3 feet.
Going down 3.
Currently out of view is Jeff Hoffman riding on the robot arm. He's up midway up the telescope working on the doors that protect the location where the electronic control unit boxes are.
Stopping. In Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just to update you on SAC prep. Story got the starboard solar array, the plus V2 solar array 2, completely prepped. PDM handles, SATA clamp lock, keyhole bolt, central studs, and the aft latch. And on the port one, we got the aft latch and the SATA clamp lock complete. PDM handle and connector bolts still to go. And he's headed into the airlock to get the fuse plugs and go up and help Jeff with ECU changeout.
We copy that, Tom. Thanks a lot. That helps. Endeavour, Houston. KT, our thinking on the doors is that with this attitude, we should see a little bit of sun on them. Over the course of the next daylight pass, we think that a little bit of thermal stabilization might reduce that gap. What we'd like you to do is, at the beginning of the pass, see if you can somehow calibrate from the aft flight deck that gap at the top, and then look at it towards the middle and later in the pass and see if it seems to be reducing any. And report your results to us if you will.
Okay, Greg, we'll do that.
Okay, the J-bolts are all done. The door seems to be coming open. Let's see what we can see. A bunch of ECUs. Okay, let's bring me up. 4B. I'm going to see if I can get this door stay to hold.
Up 4.
And also, well, yeah, let's just come up. Okay, that's good. Stop.
Stop.
Okay. I'm going to do keyhole bolts with a torque of 10, which is what I already have set in, right? Let's drop down 2 feet.
Going down 2, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
That should be good. Okay, I'm doing the right-hand side first. Let's bring me a little bit, about 1 foot in towards the telescope.
1 foot in.
Okay, stop.
Stop it.
Okay, I'm going to put about 6 turns on these, Tom.
Say again.
I'm going to put about, on the keyhole bolt, about about 6 turns.
Okay, stand by. That's correct.
Okay, and I said toward 10, setting 3, here goes. 1. Still in the airlock? Yes, sir, I am. I think you want to bring another power tool battery with you. Okay, will do. This one's starting to move erratically.
Okay, and Story, remember those cloth covers on those batteries don't have a tether point, so you can stick them in one of those little pouches up on top or Velcro them. I put some yellow hook Velcro underneath the tool bag.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, I put 6 turns on all 4 on the right unit. That's 1002. Now we're going to move to the left, 1004. And I'll put
And Kyle, we can see here a good view of Story Musgrave, his feet dangling down low in the airlock, and the view is from the elbow camera looking forward. Might even be able to see some of the crew inside the cabin walking around by the windows. But Story is in preparation of getting an extra battery for the power tool. Like power tools down here that work on batteries, they don't last very long.
Power tool. I could bring in this power tool. If there's any question as to whether it's a battery or a tool, I could bring in this tool.
Well, why don't we just take a battery, Story? You've got your tool that hadn't been used much, right?
Okay. Getting dark out, isn't it?
put my lights on. Running my cooling back.
Hey, lights on, visors up, and cooling, turn it down if you're not doing anything, but you guys are both working.
Well, I've turned my cooling down anyway.
Okay.
Okay, Sox, let's move the aft 1 foot.
Aft 1. Got enough light there, Jeff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stop.
Stop it.
Three, 4, 5, 6.
How's the access there, Jeff?
The access is okay.
Endeavour is currently approaching the equator to begin the 45th orbit of the mission as the orbiter and crew moves from daylight into darkness.
And Kyle,
both done on 1004 on the left side.
Okay, so copy all, keyhole bolts done.
That's correct.
As Jeff Hoffman is working on the door.
That's for useful work. I don't know. We'll wait till Story gets up there to put the right angle on a power tool, or if you want to put it on yours and then use Story's for the straight one.
Well, as long as I'm here, I might as well. Let's beam me out a little bit so I turn around without getting near the telescope.
And you'll have to wait for Story for the 2-inch also.
Yeah. I have everything, and I'm about to head out the door here. Okay.
Did you have any trouble tethering that battery cover, Story?
No.
Good.
I'm working on it, though.
Okay. Stopping. You're leaving the cover in the airlock, right, Story?
I'm stuffing it in the bungee bag.
Okie dokie.
Well, I might as well wait for Story then. Because if I put a right angle on, we still have to wait to get the 2-inch.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm not sure it gains us anything, Jeff.
No. All right, it's in the bungee bag, Tom.
Okay, Story, thanks.
Thank you. I'm coming, Jeff. Okay. I won't use KT's expression for what I'm bringing. Oh, looking around the backside of the telescope at a magnetometer up there, Story. Yeah, pretty high up.
And astronaut Jeff Hoffman looking at the magnetometers, which will be changed out in a couple of days from now toward the end of the EVAs for the mission. And that is the high point on the telescope. And both Jeff and Story will be up there and are looking forward to going up there. And a little bit of kidding among the crew as to who was going to get the opportunity to actually do the magnetometer change out. It was much desired to do that because of the height above the shuttle and the view it would afford of looking at the shuttle space and at the Earth.
Yeah, the magnetometers are actually new ones, and they'll be bolted right on top of the existing magnetometers. The existing magnetometers is one of the pieces of equipment on the telescope that was not designed to be user-friendly or serviced. So an ingenious designer came up with just bolting them right on top of the existing units, and with hand knobs tightening them, and then just removing the electrical connector from the old unit and attaching it to the new magnetometer. For that task is currently scheduled to be done by these two crew members at the after the change out of the wide field and planetary camera on the 3rd spacewalk, if all goes well up to that point.
And Kyle, we could see here Story heading up toward the aft end of the shuttle on his way to bring Jeff the extra battery for the power tool. Jeff, in the meantime, was backed off from the Hubble telescope a bit from the doors to the ECU. And we heard Jeff mention a little bit earlier as they went into darkness, he would turn his cooling off so that he would stay warm through the night pass.
I see you down there.
And Kyle, this is the...
Good job, Story.
Oh, working hard, trying to do it. Trying to be like a squirrel. Mental squirrel.
Okay, Zach, let's move in a little bit so Story can...
Hey, Jeff, I'll bring you in a couple.
Okay. Story, are you going to want to straddle here, or...
Probably I should get the fuses out to you.
Yep.
Then I'll straddle and do a tool change. Now the stringers are together. Let me just come on over to you. See, there's one end.
Okay.
Undo that hook there.
Where's the other end?
Those are two hooks, so I can take this one off. I was trying to reduce the amount I had hanging around. Maybe you can get that better than I can. You're tethered to that end?
I'm tethered to this end.
Okay, I'll get off here then. Okay, are you ready?
I got it.
Okay, you got it?
Okay, let me get it attached.
Might as well give you the power tool battery.
Okay, wait a minute, I want to get a few more hooks on here just for safety.
Look at the moon coming up.
Kyle, I can't help but comment when there's a quiet moment during the EVA as
Around, I haven't heard them.
as
Still here.
All right, Greg.
as Jeff had while Story was getting out the battery to him. That's the time when you take to kind of enjoy the view there, and those moments are few but precious when you're out there.
Tell you what, let me put that on here.
You may want to put it right in your tool. Why don't you take the old one off and tether it, and then you can put this one right in.
Good idea.
Yeah, I think, Mario, it's especially dramatic when you look in terms of the size of the astronauts in comparison to the telescope. When you talk about a vehicle that's 43 feet tall, you don't really get a good size comparison until you see the crew members who are mounted about halfway up the side of the telescope at this point.
Well, I remember when the Hubble was in the vertical processing facility down at Kennedy Space Center several years ago before.
Oh, and then give you that.
This one now.
Okay.
I was out jogging and I went by the building and looked in the window there to.
Oh, good. I'm going to come over and take a hand. Find the right angle.
Building's a good 3-4 stories, and
You hold on, I'll get you the right angle.
First I see it. Just a while.
when I looked in the window as I went by, I happened to look up, and I had to look up all the way to the roof of the building from the inside. This thing is pretty darn big.
Station tether on.
Okay. Down here. got a 2-inch on it.
No, I don't have a 2-inch. You do.
Exactly right.
You're going to hold that on your caddy, right? The 6-inch?
Yes.
Okay. But I'll put it over to you, and you can put the 2-inch on it when you're ready. Okay, let me pull it off here. Present your power tool to me. I can put this right on. Two. Okay, now, Tom, remind me which one goes on the right.
Okay, the one that goes on the right is 1006.
Okay. Let's watch it straight. I got it wrapped around here. Okay. All sorts of tether loops. That's it. There it is. That's very hard. I don't know why. Are you ready to?
Yeah, you can give me a ride over to the telescope?
Okay, Sarge, we need to come on in.
Okay, Jeff, coming in.
And I guess I need to take your power tool.
I can hand it to you when you're ready. Did the want it now? Did the new battery help your tool, Jeff?
I didn't try it, Tom. It won't make any difference until I put a load on it.
Okay, copy.
In fact, we got to keep coming in. I'm about 3 feet too far out.
Okay, bring you in about 3. Hey, Tom. Sir. Being very warm. Great. Okay.
And I'm just fine. My temperature.
Still setting on 2, right, Story? I think I'm max hot now, but I can't. I'll let you know. That's not a big deal. I've not touched anything cold since the toolbox. Okay.
Okay, come forward about 1 foot and in 1 foot.
Forward 1 and in 1.
Okay,
Track 5, CP2. Loosen. Stopping.
Sarge, you got to bring me up a little bit. so I can lean forward.
Going up?
Or actually, I guess what you really want to do is bring me up and then roll me forward.
Okay, do you want orbiter roll or body roll?
End effector roll.
Yeah, okay.
Again, the task we're watching is the change out of the electronic control units. Both astronauts up around the left side of the telescope.
In a little further, into the telescope, into the top there. Now hold it up. Are you ready?
I'm ready. We're going to have to redo this when I have to pull down on it slowly, but let's get it off at least. Are you ready? Our body positions, so let's take it off at least.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. 1,
It's coming up.
2, 3, 4,
Coming up nicely.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's riding at a
It looks like that's it.
10. Yeah, it's just riding. 11. Doesn't hurt to do more. 12. Let's try that now. I'll take the tool. I got the tool. Good.
It's out like a charm.
That should be serial number 1002, right?
That's correct.
Good.
Operating the robot arm for this task is pilot Ken Bowersox, who is trained along with Claude Nicollier in operation of the shuttle's remote manipulator system, or the robot arm.
Box, bring me out away from the telescope while I reconfigure. I don't want to take a chance on hitting something.
Okay, Jeff, coming out. And I'll bring you straight out.
Yeah.
I'll hold here.
Okay. So this is serial number 1006.
Okay, copy that.
And I'm going to give myself a little bit of cooling since we're working here. And cooling is 2 now. Okay, Sox, let's come up
Going up.
and in.
Up and in.
Okay, now, can you give me a little bit of end effector, give me some end effector yaw? I'm coming in at a better angle. There we go. There we go. Okay, check once more. The pins look fine. Okay, keep coming in. Keep coming in.
Okay, my view's a little obscured here, Jeff.
I'm just starting. You're okay.
Okay.
Troy, the MFR is right behind you. Okay, stop.
Stopping.
You got at least 2.5 feet, Jeff, if you want in further. You got 2.5 more feet to go.
Yeah, but I'm okay.
Okay.
No, I cannot see the okay, yes I can.
Sorry.
You have to come in at a right angle straight. Okay, now I'm pushing down.
Ready?
I'm pushing up. We're ready.
Go to Titan here. Okay.
We're ready.
Okay, here we go.
Coming down.
1.
Beautiful.
2. 3. 4.
Yes, like a charm.
5. It's popping. It's popping.
Hey, beautiful. Yeah, this one's a little more difficult because of the access. What's my back hitting, Story?
Say again.
I can't lean back. What's my back hitting?
Let me see, Jeff.
Endeavour is moving into sunlight as it moves across the southern tip of Florida on the 45th orbit of the mission.
That was, yeah. You're probably close to the door. It's not your stanchion, Jeff.
Two astronauts are approaching 4 hours into the spacewalk. Again, continuing in the change out of the electronic control unit boxes. These boxes interface with the rate sensor units that have already been changed out.
The other one?
How many total turns did you get tightening that one, Stuart?
I counted them, Tom, but I've forgotten.
You were on 5, I believe. Yeah, start at the top.
I'd say 6.
Okay.
I guess I should remember them.
Yeah, it seems a little less than we expected. It looks like it's down good, though, right?
It absolutely does.
Okay.
It's the same as the center one.
Very good.
And it came down smoothly.
Good job. One more to go.
Better come in a little. Tighten a little. Okay.
Are you ready?
Ready.
You'll have to count. I can't see.
1, 2, 3, 4. Coming up. 5, 6. It's riding on top. Do one more. Okay, stop. Ease this up so we don't grab any wires. Okay, you have it.
I have it.
Okay, now. Story, can you move away so I can slide over so we can back out of here?
Okay.
Further over.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay, looks like I'm clear. So let's pull back and away, Fox, and I'll reconfigure.
Okay, Jeff, coming away.
They're pulling me, too. Oh. Big time.
Stop.
Yeah, I should. Need to go back.
Let's come back in and come forward a little bit.
Moving in and forward.
just one of the, just a little patch caught on the material of your backpack. Okay, no problem. Okay, Zach, let's move away again. Let me just reconfigure.
That the mag light?
Yep.
All right. What's it look like out here?
Detected in the dark.
It's not hard to see. This problem is when you're working in a tight area, like getting in those keyhole bolts, you know, because the helmet light doesn't follow exactly the same path as your eye. And so sometimes you don't get light exactly onto where you're working.
Okay.
Okay, now we're going to be doing deck 1005. You know, the axis in here, Story, is going to be tough. Yeah, it is. We're right up against the door.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead, Greg.
Tom, on ECU 3, we would like Jeff and Story to take the torque to 10 and try to get 3 more turns.
Okay, copy that. You copy, Story?
Yes. As Jeff said, it sure looks seated. Torque of 10, and of course it's multiplying. We're aware we're putting that torque of 20 on the box.
You copy that, Houston?
We're using the right angle, which about doubles the torque. So we'll be getting about 18 foot-pounds of torque on the boat.
That's correct.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, we understand you're using the right angle drive and you go to use a torque of 10.
Okay, we copy. You got to go for that, Story.
Okay? You don't want to see how far we go just with a torque of 5 first?
Yeah, let's that was ECU 3 they were talking about. Let's put ECU 1 on and see how many turns we get out of it with 5 before we work on 3 again. Is that okay, Houston?
That'll be fine, Tom.
We're sort of we're configured for the left one now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put it on and count turns real careful on it. And I'm ready to go in when you are, Jeff.
Okay, so give me some more wrist yaw.
Okay. Got sunrise in 2 minutes, and it'll be top sun.
Okay.
Story, if you can sort of move out of the way, and me get in position, and then you sort of squeeze in.
I think I am. I'm pretty
I think you're out of the way now. Okay, a little bit forward, Sox, as we're coming in.
Okay, Jeff.
Okay, keep it coming. Up about 1 foot.
Coming up 1.
Roll me forward. End effector roll.
feet of clearance.
Coming in. Stop.
Stopping.
Okay. Bring me down 1.
Down 1.
And your long extension is about to touch there.
Okay. Fox, I got to come in. Bring me back up about 6 inches and roll me forward.
Okay.
Tell you
Endeavour
what,
Houston for
let's
Tom.
not move at all.
Go ahead, Greg.
ECU 3 is fine as is. They verified electrical continuity. No further action required.
Okay, copy. Good news. You copy story, no action on ECU 3.
We understand.
It is seated. It's seated like the other one. Okay. Try to get my lights off.
Yep, and visor's down, probably.
The visor is down. Okay, Sox, drop me down a little.
Coming down a little.
Maybe 6 inches. That's good.
Stopping.
Okay, it's on, Story.
Okay, I gotta try to get in, Jeff.
Okay,
I'll be right there.
I'm pressing down.
Be right there, maybe.
Tell me when you want to start, and then I'll apply pressure.
Okay, I'm ready. You ready?
Okay, I'm pushing down.
1, 2, 3,
Coming down.
4, 5,
No, it's not coming down. Hold it, hold it, hold it. It came down, it's been sort of riding on top.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in loosen.
Oh, going down.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. Let's try it this way.
I got mixed up.
And I was looking from the top.
Yes, I got mixed up when I was on the 3. Are you ready?
Let's go. 1. Oh, it's not going very fast.
No.
No, it's just 1.5. 2. 3. It's not pulling down. It's not pulling down, Story. Stop. Okay, let me push on it with my other hand. If I don't hold on to this quite as much, let me, Fox, take me up about
And up here.
6 inches.
Up 6.
Stop.
Stopping.
Okay, let's try again, Story. Here we go.
I can't.
Coming down. 2. 3.
Stopping.
Not down as far as the other ones.
Sounds like
It looks like it's going straight.
So let me pull back and take a look on this side. Yeah. It's in the keyhole bolt or nap plate. I can push it back and forth. You want to loosen it get one turn and then pull it again, Story?
Let's talk to Houston, okay? Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, ECU-1 went down 3 turns and then popped the torque limiter. It doesn't look fully down either to Jeff and Story. It looks straight, and they've verified that it's not binding on the keyway bolt.
Okay, Tom, we understand.
They're proposing to loosen it a turn or two and wiggle it and try it again.
Nice and warm, eh, Story?
Well, and Story, did it seem like more torque than the others, the first 3 turns there?
No, the other one, the edge slowed down too. So this was comparable, but it's more torque than I'm used to.
Okay.
Did the other one go slower at the beginning, Story?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And it was intermittently slow. It was slow and speed up and slow and speed up.
Well, my power tool was doing that on the keyhole bolts, and that's why I asked for a new battery. You know, it would slow down and speed up, and slow down and speed up.
Okay.
But you popped the torque limiter.
Yep.
What's your assessment, guys, as to whether or not the connectors would be making good electrical contact there?
I don't know how far in the pins go, Tom. It's about, Jeff, can you 3-4 millimeters higher than the others, than the other two?
Did you copy, Houston?
Have you been able to get your head right down and see how square it is, Jeff? If not, let me back off and let me.
It's square, I was looking at it. It's coming down square. Okay, it really is.
All right.
Endeavour, Houston, Tom, we did not copy.
Okay, little added information, ECU-1 is 3 to 4 millimeters higher than ECU-2 and 3. So it looks like it needs to go down another 3 or 4 millimeters, and just asking them if they thought we would be making good electrical contact, and it's hard to tell how long the pins are in those connectors, of course.
Right. I can still see a few millimeters of plug above the surface.
Okay. Everybody's cooling, doing okay?
Yeah, I went up to 4.5 in the sun. I think I'm going to back off a little bit, though.
Endeavour, Houston, Tom, we would like you to go to 10 on the torque limiter.
Okay, you copy, Story?
Yep. Do you want to do that, Jeff, or you want me to come off and do it?
I'll do it.
Okay. And we'll leave them.
Tell you what, Story, if you leave the power tool on 2, the power tool ought to quit about, a little quicker than the torque limiter.
Okay, it's
one notch in between. Do you copy, Houston?
You don't? Okay.
We copy, Tom.
I got you, Tom.
Okay, go for it, Story. It's turning. It's coming down. Beautiful. All right, it slipped. It popped. Yeah.
About how many more turns did you get, Jeff?
Got about 3 more turns, and it looks down.
Super. So we got 6 on that one also. You copy, Houston?
We copy, Tom.
All right. Good job, guys.
Okay, and for the record, the torque limiter popped before the power tool stalled.
Okay.
Okay. Loosen up, Story.
I don't have it. I'll let go.
Oh, okay. I must be pushing on it then. Okay.
Okay. I have it.
Excellent.
change here.
Bowersox, let's move out.
Going out, sir.
Yeah, you're clear of the MFR now, Story.
Hook off.
Return Nicollier on 3 now.
Okay, copy that. Let's see, Jeff. We're going to tighten keyway bolts, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we want that torque to 5, power
Right.
fuel on 2. Agree?
Right.
And we want to use a cross pattern,
Stop,
right?
stop.
Stopping. And Jeff, just to make sure in there we're clear, torque of 5, power tool on 2, and a cross pattern, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Aboard Endeavour, Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave appear to be just about complete with installation of the new electronic control unit boxes. These boxes interface with the rate sensor units to make up the rate gyro packages. They're about 4 hours and 15 minutes into the
You want to get your
spacewalk this morning.
and get the 2-inch off of here. Okay, you got the tool.
And Kyle, I guess as they complete the ECUs here on that task, I guess we could say they're, in terms of number of tasks, 2/3 of the way through doing the EVA, but the last task is some fuse change outs, and I believe, what do they have, 7 or 8 fuses to change?
Yeah, they have 8 scheduled.
Okay, and the fuses are originally scheduled, what was it, 45 minutes in their experience on the ground, so looks like the repairs for today, the actual repairs, have gone reasonably well, save for the door, and there's still some talk on that particular portion of the problem that we've had today.
Yeah, and of course, and we've been monitoring some discussions that are going on offline as to what options there are available in terms of what to do about the door latches. But in any case, they're secure enough if we had to wait for another day to go back and fix those.
They'll be back in that area tomorrow when they do the, in 2 days when they do the wide field planetary camera, and that's right in the same area, so they'll be working around that portion of the telescope.
Take a photograph of him.
You bet.
This is pretty extraordinary.
I'll move away as soon as I get this on here.
Yeah, I'm going to get set up here. We'll move over to when you get off there, just go back to the telescope.
Okay. Got the tool change out done, Tom?
Say again.
We got the tool change out done.
Hold on to me. Okay.
Sir,
You're going to head back to the SAC, right, Store?
here I am. I got the telescope.
We like you up close here.
You do? I see it firing. bright, isn't it?
It is. One more.
And Kyle, those discussions on the door were several options, and basically some of the discussion involved as to when we can get to that problem.
Light off, it's so bright, it's hard to tell.
Your helmet lights are off.
Okay, and yours are still on, you can get them later.
Okay.
But the suggestions to actually address the problem have included...
Since nobody is going to take a picture of the ECUs, I'll take one.
Good idea. Thanks, Jeff. I'm heading back to finish that crap.
Roger.
Put the lock wire on the way, right?
And those suggestions about working on the doors have included actually unlatching the two bolts that are holding the door closed and starting over with the latch that they're having the problem getting closed, much like you're trying to align a box with 4 holes. Some folks might have had that experience. When one doesn't line up, you loosen the rest of them and then move that into position to get it lined up again. The other suggestion has been to somehow apply a little bit of force at the top of the door to essentially push the doors a little bit closer together. And some of the suggestions have been there's 2 handles at the top of the door, is to run some tethers through those handles and then and pull them together. The astronauts don't have the reach to reach both handles at the same time, and then use their arms and their hands to push the door closed. So that's why it hasn't been attempted to this point. There is somewhat of a concern as to how to limit the amount of force if you do start tugging on the doors with them both attached with the tether, but all that is under discussion, and I think the folks are coming close to a solution.
Yeah, it's obviously you want to be real careful in how you go about that task, and the consensus here in the flight control room is there's obviously no hurry, since the door is secure in the point that it is now, for them to go ahead and finish today's tasks, and then look at that a little bit further before making any recommendations to the crew.
Okay.
And that statement certainly is true. There is no need to rush this. They have 4 other days with which to get back there, and then one day that even gives them the opportunity there will be working right in that area again. So if it doesn't get resolved today, certainly in 2 days we can look at it again.
Oh, up in a max on.
Okay, Fox, let's move me back in, and we'll close these. Okay, of 5, setting of 2, Titan.
Roger. And Jeff, if you can give me a distance estimate most of the time, it'll help when...
Okay, yeah, I want to come in about 3 feet.
Okay, coming in 3.
Well, the crew crew members are wrapping up the work on the electronic control units. In fact, closing up the door that's the protective door for that area. And Story Musgrave earlier, when he was getting a spare battery for the power tool, got the fuses, the 8 fuses that will be replaced. And those, the location for those again is over near where the rate sensor units are located, just above those.
3, 4, 5, 6, and it's switching. And I come across the southwest map. Is still behaving the way it was before. It just sort of grunts and groans and changes its speed as it's running. Or maybe it wasn't the battery.
Okay,
I
copy.
don't know. 1.
PL bolts are 10. 3.
4.
Loosen.
5. Okay, 4 keyhole bolts on 1006 on the right side. 2.
3. 4. 5. W key holder down.
Houston, Endeavour. Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, we got a Spec 210 main bus annunciation, and looking at Spec 210, we're showing off-scale low volts on main A and B.
Hey, Tom, we're looking at that, and we would like the RSU survival heaters on now. Give us a mark when you do that, please.
Okay, we'll do that. And just now, as you were talking, the main bus volts came back up to 28.5 on A and B on Spec 210, and we took no action.
We copy, thanks.
We'll be getting ready for fuse plugs or something. Okay, W's done. Tom, keyhole from central stud, 2 turns.
Copy, W done.
PDM handle coming up.
All right.
And Houston, Endeavour, the ISU survival heaters on my mark on 3, 2, 1, mark.
We copy.
On and talk back, Greg.
Okay, 4 bolts on the left ECU are torqued to 5. And,
Hey, copy, ECU1, all 4 keyway bolts tightened and torqued, correct?
correct. And if Houston's happy, I'll go ahead and close it out.
Okay, so you got both ECUs, correct?
That's good.
Okay, Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, just for your info, we got good continuity on both ECUs, and go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to close out Bay 10 door, and obviously we can't get the end effector video in this orientation.
Roger that.
Okay, Jeff, you got to go.
PDM handles installed.
Copy, store.
I know you can see.
Take me down 1 foot.
Okay, down 1.
Okay?
Copy.
Okay, let's go up. About 3 feet.
Up about 3.
Stop.
Copy.
Okay, the J-hooks all close nice and easy here. I can close them with my fingertips.
Great.
Okay, I'll torque them down now to 10. Cutting of 3.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Tom, we've looked at the data. We saw nothing wrong with main Alpha and main Bravo. So we don't anticipate any further problem there.
Okay, thanks.
Power tool.
Say again, Stuart.
Watch the power tool working.
Yeah, I see it.
Yes, that's what they do.
Endeavour Houston, further clarification, Tom. The stock cycled the DIU in preparation for the fuse plugs, and that's what gave you the message. Main buses are good.
Oh. Okay, thanks a lot.
Research, let's drop it 3 feet.
Say again, Jeff.
Drop 3 feet. For shock. Down 3 feet.
What up? Did you say down?
Down 3 feet.
Okay.
Coming.
Okay. You're a little bit garbled, Jeff, so be patient with us.
Okay. That's good. Back.
Take a look at your track bag there.
Yep.
Stopping.
Stop. One. Two.
The clamp is verified launched. All right, I'm done with the solar array carrier.
Okay, store, and you said to say the clamp lock is off, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
How long have we been out here?
You guys have been really doing good. You've been out there 4.5 hours.
Real great. So they're looking for useful work to do, right?
I'm sure they are.
Because I'm running out of useful work here. I need work to do.
Jeff's going to be heading over to do fuses in a minute, Story. Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just looking ahead, y'all got anything ready to pass on to us for the rest of the EVA after we finish fuses and Jeff gets the SAC prep stuff done?
Well, we're still looking at the doors, and we're expecting a flight note here shortly on that. We are interested in your observations from the aft flight deck on that gap, if you've seen anything over the course of this day pass.
Hang on 1 second on that, Greg. We're looking at it again.
Well, I guess I'm ready to move over to the other side of the telescope to the fuse plug.
Okay, you're all done. We'll move you over to the fuse plugs.
And Endeavour Houston, Tom, just want to clarify for my own understanding here that the upper two latch bolts, if you tried going in with engaging at first, did you feel like you could make either of those two?
Negative. We made the handle latch with no problem, and the bottom one looks like will be no problem. The one right above the handle, which is the third one up from the bottom, is the one Jeff was working on, trying to make from the beginning with a zipper effect. We've not even attempted the very top one because it's out the farthest. That's where the biggest gap is.
Okay, we understand.
Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
Claude, we've been looking at that gap, and we kind of have a split decision up here, so I guess that it's not a measurable difference between daylight and dark. It's about the width of the crosshair of the 300mm lens on the ESC, and it seems to stay about that same width, give or take 10%.
I could have a look as we drive by.
Yeah, Greg, I think if we get Jeff to look right now, if anything, it looks the closest it's ever been together right now. If he could go take a look, he could tell us more quantitatively, I think.
Well, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay.
And Sox and Claude, I know you're looking at hot air arrays drooping down toward you there. Only my perspective, I guess.
Okay, let's bring me towards the door. Stop moving towards the port. Let's go into the door.
Stop it.
And up about 2 feet.
Okay, and up 2.
Drive about 3 feet in and up 2.
Hey, Mr. Tom, I got 2 hours of useful work. Do somewhere.
Okay, Story, stand by. Yes, if you want to, you could go fold up that port TA. We got to do that sometime, Story.
Okay.
Got anything you can offload in the airlock that would help you any?
Off 2 feet.
Well, I got the compliment I like right here.
Okay. And your hands are blocked, Jeff, so the hand signals won't work.
Off 2 feet.
Hey, Story, why don't you head to the toolbox and pick up those things we were going to get day 1.
Good.
And I think you said stop, Jeff.
Well, I don't see very much change, if any.
Houston copies.
Okay, Jeff.
Well, there's still
And the top one definitely won't engage either, right?
oh no, neither one will engage.
If you check the bottom one just so we can confirm it will engage. And then we'll go do fuses.
I can see with my eyes that it will engage.
Okay.
Max, take me 1 foot down.
Down 1 foot.
Stop.
Stop it.
On the bottom latch and on the handle latch, the distance between the black seal and the body where the latch is joined onto the telescope is about 5 millimeters, 6 millimeters, both of them. When you get up to this one that I was working on, it's about, 15, and the one at the top is about 20, 25.
Houston copies.
Okay, I guess let's keep riding around towards Sadie. That's like the fuse plugs.
Yeah, okay, that's where we're going. And I'm going to start up and to port. I'm going to bring you out just a little, Tim.
Go ahead, KT.
How are you configured for ESC?
KT, we are handed down to Diego. Wait till we get back up on the west in about a minute and a half. And then we'll be ready.
Okay.
I'm getting to the point where I get a interesting view into the bi-stem up there. Maybe later on, if you get a little bit closer and see if we see anything different from what we saw inside. Okay, we're at bay 4.
Astronaut Jeff Hoffman riding on the end of the robot arm, now being maneuvered over to the work site for the next task, which is to change out 8 fuse plugs, 8 fuses on the telescope.
We're ready to change out fuses. We have a go for Bay 4.
And by 1. Endeavour Houston, we are still doing the commanding your go to open the bay door. Don't change out the plugs just yet.
Okay. Stand. Take me down 1 foot, please.
Down 1.
That's good.
Stop it.
And we're still focused 10. Setting it 3. Loosen. Right direction. And go.
Endeavour Houston, KT, we are ready for your ESC downlink.
Okay, Greg, what I have is 6 frames. The first 2 are the second door bolt and the door latch at night. And the following 4 frames are the starting from the upper bolt to the bottom in the daylight. And maybe you can see some difference.
Okay, thanks.
Down mode 3.
Let's go up 3 feet.
Just a few minutes ago, Jeff Hoffman's was given a go ahead and open the bay door. That is the protective door above the area just to the upper right of the wide field planetary camera. This is where the fuse plugs are mounted. They're mounted on the inside of that door. And this task, in training anyway, took somewhere around 45 minutes or so.
And Kyle, and as we watch Jeff as he opens the door, we're looking at him through the elbow camera on the RMS, the remote manipulator system on the arm. But the view we're seeing gives you some sort of appreciation of the view that the astronauts have as they are maneuvered around on the arm as he looks at the telescope with the Earth in the background. That is quite a sight.
Open the door, Jeff, please.
I was going to put a tether on it.
Keep bringing it on open, please.
Okay. Zach, pull me back just a little bit.
That's about far enough.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, you need to reposition to put that tether on, Jeff.
Yeah, bring me down and aft.
Down and out. And as we know, Jeff, just a reminder, no more than 8 degrees.
Right. And this is interesting. Like we've seen sometime in the water, the upper J-bolt hooks are not circles. You can't put a tether on them.
Okay.
They're just used, so I'm going to have to put it on the bottom.
Okie doke. We've been there before, right?
We know how to do it.
I missed it, Tom. I got 2 straight 6 inches.
Copy. No problem getting the toolbox open, right, Store?
No, sir. I had to readjust the PFR. It's a little high up if you don't put it down. Hey, I want a 10.3 straight 5/16.
That worked good, Jeff.
Yeah, I just have to know when you can see me and when you can't.
Sure.
And I want a 10.3 torque set tip, right? 10.3 torque set tips in.
That's right.
Good.
Jeff Hoffman attaching a safety tether to the door to make sure that it doesn't swing open any further than required for this task. The orbiter Endeavour on the latter portions of the 45th orbit of the mission as the orbiter approaches the southwestern coast of Australia.
Okay, we're tethered off at less than 90. Less than 80.
Roger.
Okay, let me get the 15.
we did on a go for fuse plug changeout?
Not quite yet, Tom. We're still commanding. We'll let you know.
Okay, so we're standing by, Jeff.
Oh, okay. No problem. Hey, Tom?
Sir.
Give me a hand on the 5/16. There is a wobble, but I don't see a straight.
Okay, the new one is up where we took our one we've got inside here, the 5/16 wobble capture in the top hole, that new one that Russ made us.
Oh, it's marked with red?
Sir.
Wait.
Houston, Endeavour, referencing attitudes.
Endeavour Houston for Covey.
Roger, want to know if you're happy with this attitude since ECU changeout is complete, or do you want to go to the post-ECU changeout attitude?
What a great straight man. What we want you to do, Covey, is at 2339, go LVLH, and that will avoid having to do the maneuver at 0 even.
Okay, understand at 2339, just go LVLH, and that'll have us in the right attitude.
Yes, sir. Go, KT.
Greg, we've seen the solar rays seem to be slewing a little bit. I'd say they're maybe 20 degrees from 0 now. At least.
That's a very well-calibrated eyeball you have there. It is 20 degrees.
So you already knew that, huh?
Yeah, we've been watching it. Evidently, that's the result of the work that Story and Jeff have been doing.
Yes, it's dipping down on the forward end. Okay, I'm getting me 2 French hook caddies, Tom.
We're looking at the DPC 9 amps message, Endeavour.
Roger, Houston. Okay, Store. How you doing there?
I think I got it all. I just picked up 2 French hook caddies. I got 2 French hook caddies. I got a standard caddy. I got the 10.3. I've got a torque tip, and I have 2 straight 6 inches. I think that's what you wanted.
That's exactly it.
All right. You got me trained.
Endeavour Houston, your go for fuse plugs.
Okay, copy, go for fuse plugs. Jeff, you got it?
I'll be there in a sec.
Okay.
Jeff Hoffman's been given a go to change out the fuse plugs. Again, they're mounted on the inside of the bay door that he's already opened. The wait was to ensure that all of the electrical connections and the electrical power was disconnected, and that was handled from the Space Telescope Operations Control Center.
Just to follow up on your question, we see the slewing action on both solar arrays, and there's no concern there. We are going to clean that up before we do the rotate later, but nothing to worry about now.
Okay, we copy that, Greg, and now we see DPC...
7.
And no action on that either.
Coming back up.
No concern
Is that
there.
equipment being powered on?
That's part of the load shedding associated with the fuse plugs.
Okay, thanks.
And Kyle, we see Jeff getting ready to turn in to start the fuse plug actual changeout.
To yaw the end effector so that I can come in from a little better angle here, and then bring me up.
Okay, up.
Yaw to the left.
Up, your left.
Yeah. Let's come up about 3 feet.
Hey, Tom?
Yes, sir.
You might ask Houston if there's anything they want out of the toolbox while I'm here.
We'll check, Tom.
Store on your way in, put those in the airlock. You'd also go to the port PSA and get the tape caddy, or on your way by going in, your call.
Okay. You're coming up another 2 feet.
Okay, I'm watching the clearance between the arm and the array on your left-hand side.
Okay, well, you're the boss on that. You mean up at the end of the array?
Correct.
Oh, plenty of room.
Okay, fine.
You have about 5 feet.
Okay, I'll take you further up, Jeff.
And that should be enough for right now. Let's hold it there. Stop. Okay. I'm putting the hook with the green clip, the green tether on it, onto T15 on PDU 1004, the upper left.
That's very good.
And I'm removing T15. And I'm going to put the new one on.
Just a reminder, Jeff, that there are hot pins on the fuses.
Understood.
And Kyle, as we watch Jeff get ready to change out the fuses, we can see the orbiter moving over Central Australia now as it moves into sunset.
Okay, Store.
Endeavour Houston for Tom. Suggest you pick up the tape caddy and the 2 adjustable tethers out of the port PSA while Story's in the proximity.
Okay, we'll do that. Copy, Store.
We're getting the MLI. What was the other thing?
Yeah, the tape Velcro caddies that we knew about in the port PSA, and they want us to grab the 2 extra adjustable wrist tethers that are in there also.
Okay. Tape and 2 wrist tethers.
So, Tom, in the next one in, I have J15, 15, from PDU 1002 on the upper right.
Copy.
Down 2.
While we're watching Jeff change out these fuse plugs, you mentioned just a minute ago about moving from daylight into darkness, of course, and from your experience, of course, you conducted a spacewalk that lasted about 4.5 hours or so on an Endeavour flight in January of this year, and how quickly do you feel that temperature change when you go from daylight into darkness?
Well, Kyle, as I was making my comment on the temperature, I noticed Jeff was actually in the process of turning his temperature control down so that he wouldn't have any cooling. You feel the temperature change quite dramatically. It's rather sudden. It only takes about 30 or 40 seconds before you feel the heat of the sun or the lack thereof when you move into darkness.
And it's going to get dark in about 5 minutes.
And as we just heard from crew member Tom Akers inside the shuttle, that the orbiter officially will move into darkness in about 5 minutes or so. He's been serving throughout this spacewalk as the coordinator with the 2 crew members out in the payload bay, and Kathy Thornton has been primarily responsible for downlinking in real-time photographs using an electronic still camera for evaluation by payload community and flight controllers here on the ground.
And Kyle, you bring up a good point. We noticed that the ground is already in darkness, but the orbiter, the shuttle, is not in darkness yet because of its altitude of better than 300 miles. Its sunset is a little bit later than those folks on the ground directly underneath it.
And of course, traveling at this speed, the orbiter sees about 16 sunrises and sunsets on each 24-hour period because of the speed at which the orbiter is traveling.
And those are rather spectacular sunrises and sunsets if you've ever seen the pictures.
Report GA is closed down. Copy, thanks, Thornton.
And Mario, I've got a feeling that the pictures don't do justice to what you actually see up there.
No, not at all. They don't, and it's all we have to bring back to share the experience with the folks down here.
Turn around and get the 60. Maybe you could take me away from the telescope just a little bit, Claude, so I don't
Take you
hit anything. Okay, that should be good.
Okay.
Okay, let's move back in.
Back in, Jeff.
And for P-16s, I'll start with the lower left.
Okay, copy.
And I'm putting it at the very end of the closest to the clip.
Roger.
Okay, let's come up 1 foot. Up. next J-16 is going to be on the lower right. And it's going in the second position, working back from the clip.
Copy.
Fins all look good. Turning my light on.
Okay, lights on.
Visors up.
Visors up. Adjust your cooling if you need to. I'm at the port PSA, Tom. Okay, Storm.
Let's move up 2 feet.
Up 2 feet.
And let's move me outboard about a foot.
A foot outboard.
Yeah, that's good outboard. Let's keep coming up. Actually, that's good. Stop there.
Okay, stop.
Okay, the next one is upper left. Going on position number 3. That's on. Finally, let's move up 1 more foot, please.
Up 1 foot. Stop.
Okay.
I got 2 adjustable wrist tethers. That's it. And that's it, caddy. Very good. I'll close out the PSA. Leave the stuff in the airlock.
That's done. Okay, let me just check each one of them that I've put in, make sure it's tight. Upper 2, they all look good. Let's drop down 2 feet, 3 feet.
Down 3 feet. And Jeff, what one was that you were working on?
That was the upper right, that was the last one.
Okay, and that was the 4th one, right?
That's correct. And I'm just going and checking one last time that they're all tight.
Okay, copy that.
Okay, stop. Let's move me outboard and away from the telescope.
Okay. PSA is locked. Okay, Storm.
That's good.
Stop.
go back in. I'm going to take the tether off.
Okay, going back in, Jeff.
And it's night. I would have offered to take a closeout photograph, but I won't be able to get anything at night.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so you're all done now, right, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm just going to get the tether off and close the door. Okay, stop, Claude. Down 1 foot.
Down 1 foot. Okay, Houston, fuse plug change-out's complete. You got to go to turn the circuit power on. All we got to do is close out the bay.
Copy that, and well done there.
Jeff, that took you a total of about 12 minutes once you got the door open. That was great.
Well, it helps to have practiced it a few times.
The report is that the change out of the fuse plugs is finished, and Jeff Hoffman's now preparing to close the door and relatch the 6 J bolts, as they're called, which secure the door in the closed position on the telescope.
So let's bring the outboard. Outboard. Just about a foot.
Just approaching 5 hours and 15 minutes into this spacewalk. As trained, this task typically took the crew somewhere around 45 minutes from start to finish. That includes opening the door, changing the fuses, and closing the door. The actual fuse change-out, as reported, took about 12 minutes or so, which is quite fast, and Hoffman, as heard mentioned, that's due to a lot of training. Again, he spent the most of any of the 4 spacewalking astronauts in the water tank.
For Tom, with our proposal on the half shroud doors.
Okay, go ahead.
While Story and Jeff are finishing up the rest of these activities, we wanted to pass on to what we think might help us out with the half shroud doors and let you think about it a few minutes here. If you're ready to copy, I've got several steps.
Okay, we're ready to copy.
Step 1 is to loosen the over-center handle latch bolt. Step 2, loosen all latch bolts to hard stop by hand only. We obviously don't want to repeat the previous problem with the other bolts. Step 3, position EV2 at the top latch. Step 4, we want to take the over-center handle to the position that optimizes, or I should say minimizes, the space between the doors. That's not fully open and not fully closed. That would be EV1, we think. Step 5, attempt to put, EV2 would attempt to insert the latch bolt in the bathtub with the top, the bolt at the top. Then proceed with tightening the latches if we can get that top one mated. If we are not successful in making that top bolt, we would like EV1 Tom, there is an option here we'd like to insert, which is if the top bolt will not make with that all bolts to the hard stop, we would like to try the second from the top. In other words, the one that has had the problem previously. If neither of those will make, then we would like to have EV1 go to the base of the telescope and pull down on the right-hand door handrail using what you can estimate to be 25 pounds of force or less, using your calibrated muscles, I guess. Meanwhile, Jeff should try to make either the top bolt or the second from the top. there is some indication here that maybe the door is slightly skewed and that pulling down on the right door might help in getting it fully sealed. How copy?
Okay, beginning with step one, we want to go loosen the over-center latch bolt. We want to loosen all bolts to the hard stop by hand. I assume you mean manually there. Step three, position EV2 at the top latch and EV1 at the over-center handle, and take it to the optimum position that minimizes the gap at the top, and then EV2 will attempt to make the top latch, and if that's successful, proceed. If not successful, the next option is for EV2, to come down to the broken bolt and attempt again the procedure above, optimizing the gap and try to make it. And if that's not successful, then EV1 will come down to the right-hand door and pulling down on it with no more than 25 foot-pounds, or no more than 25 pounds of force. EV2 then to attempt to make either one of the top two latches. Over.
Good readback, Tom.
Okay, and nobody likes the idea of, if none of this works, of Jeff taking that broken bolt out again and starting it from the engaged position, which it looked like he thought he might have been able to do.
Tom, I guess we misunderstood you earlier. I thought I asked that as a clarification, and you thought that that was not possible. If you think that might work, that's certainly worth talking about some more. Let us think about that while you work these other options. And again, we don't want to do this, and we don't want to do this until Story and Jeff finish the cleanup from the present activities.
Roger that. We want to go ahead and finish the SAC prep actions up on the telescope, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and Jeff, just to clarify, it looked like that was possible that you might have got it started from the engaged position, correct?
It would have given me about 2 more millimeters, which means it would have been very close.
Okay.
That plus maybe a little bit of pushing and shoving might have done it.
Okay. You copy, Houston?
We do, and that gives us another fallback that may just be the real solution here.
Okay. We'll press on. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I have 6 J-bolts tightened. Just going around and checking them one more time.
Okay, and Jeff, say again, you're working on the J-bolts, right?
I've got 6 tightened. I'm just going around and checking them one more time.
Okay, copy that.
Let's go down.
Okay, down.
Feet.
Down.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Okay, go ahead, Greg.
Just to clarify, the hand loosening that we talk about on the latch bolts, that's using the Essex and just using, by hand, using the mushroom.
Roger that. That's what we thought you meant. Yeah, Story, copy. You got those tools all stowed?
Yes, sir, and I'll head out.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out real good for you to meet Jeff down at the SOAP, and we'll stow the ECUs, and then why don't you close the SOAP out, and Jeff can go start getting PFRs for the solar array.
Okay.
And Houston, Endeavour?
Endeavour Houston, just a reminder, 30 seconds from going LVLH. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, thanks for the reminder. Yeah, Greg, we're thinking to give us more options tomorrow if you guys concur that we might put PFR in at each solar array today. That way we've got one in position regardless of which one we end up deciding to work on tomorrow.
Tom, Given that that was part of the plan for the easy task, you're a go to do that. We concur.
Okay, thanks.
Let's head down to the sill.
Okay, to the sill.
Endeavour Houston, we have completed the power up from the fuse plug changeout, and we would like the RSU survival heaters off so that we can do the RSU aliveness test.
Okay, and we'll give you a mark when we do that. Okay, survival heaters coming off, ready, mark. Talkback barber pole.
As Endeavour crossed the equator just a few minutes ago to begin the 46th orbit of the mission, making its way on a northeasterly track across the Pacific Ocean. Spacecraft communicator here in Mission Control, Greg Harbaugh, has just radioed up a plan for the crew to try to latch the doors properly that protect the rate sensor unit aft shroud area.
Yeah, it ought to be open, right, Store?
It's open.
Just getting ready to close it. Okay. After you do what you're doing.
Wait just a minute, Zach, or Claude.
The doors, when the crew members completed the first task of the day, which was to change out 2 of the 3 rate sensor units, which make up portions of the gyro packages. Each rate sensor unit contains 2 gyroscopes. The doors did not close properly. The top 2 latches could not be reset after the changeout. So the crew went on and completed all of the other tasks scheduled for today's spacewalk, and in fact all of those have been completed. The electronic control units have been changed, and the fuse plugs have been changed, as well as preparations have been made for the change out of the solar arrays tomorrow. In fact, the crew will do some additional tasks in preparation for that spacewalk, and that is to install portable foot restraints on the telescope up near each solar array to save a little bit of time in preparation for that task tomorrow. So everything has been completed in terms of spacewalking activities today, and we're about at the 5-hour and 25-minute mark into the spacewalk. And that leaves some time now for the crew members to try this procedure to get these latches in place on this protective door. And again, this procedure was just read up to the crew from Greg Harbaugh, relayed to the spacewalking astronauts from Tom Akers, who is serving as the choreographer up on the flight deck of the orbiter.
Yes, Colin, as we watch the Jeff Hoffman get the old ECUs off of the arm to stow into the carrier for return to Earth.
Put these ECUs away.
I was just noticing that we are about you said 5.5 hours into the EVA, and this is the time that they'd normally be closing out the activities for the day, since we are a bit ahead of schedule due to the shortened time it took to do much of the changeouts, that is for the RSUs, the ECUs, and the fuses. Even with the door problem, we're right basically on time. And that'll give us the opportunity to do the closeout, do the extra tasks setting up for tomorrow, and also I think there'll be time today to make one more attempt at closing the doors.
And Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just for y'all keeping notes down there, you probably copied, but Bay 4 was completely closed out, all 6 J bolts torqued down, and and also Bay 10 on the ECUs was all closed out successfully.
We copy all that. Good work, guys.
And as Jeff Hoffman completes the task of stowing the old electronic control units, we just got word from Payload Officer Jeff Hanley in the room that the 2 new rate sensor units have been powered on. That is commanding that's done from the Space Telescope Operations Control Center that's located at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. Again, the gyroscopes that are just being powered up, the new ones are part of the pointing and control system that basically holds the telescope very steady. In fact, to what's predicted to be an accuracy of 0.007 arc seconds, which is basically the equivalent to holding a laser steady on a quarter, something the size of a quarter, at a range of about 200 miles. These new gyros are a new design which replace the gyroscopes on the telescope that are basically based on 1970s technology.
Yeah, Greg, just to clarify for me, when Jeff starts doing the solar array prep, putting up the PFRs, do we want to go ahead and take the time to get both lock wires off, or do we want to leave that for tomorrow and go work the minus V3 doors?
Tom, our thinking is we want to try to ensure that we have time to do this door test, so we'll pass on the lock wires today, it looks like.
Okay, that's what we'll do.
Sliding these ECUs back into the holes is turning out to be a little difficult. I have the first one in there.
Okay, the RSUs went in okay, though.
RSUs went in fine.
Okay. And again, for the paperwork here, Jeff, we've got 1002 and 1004 we're putting up, right? That's too late.
Well, let's see. I can tell you that this one is 1002.
Okay, I got them earlier.
Endeavour, Houston.
Go ahead.
Not to get you spun up, but we have 6 good gyros on the telescope.
Fantastic.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go. All right. Just a tight fit, but we got it.
Of course, Greg Harbaugh notifying the crew that the gyro change-out was successful. The check has been completed, and all 6 are in good working order now.
I can take us from there when you're okay, kid. I'll just bring that in. Okay? You ready? Yeah, you got it.
You might hold it down while I get a J, when I get her, while I do a J. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's try to get the other side too together, Story, okay? Okay. I think that'll be easier. Let's go 3 feet off. Good.
Okay, 3 feet out, Jeff.
Houston, Endeavour.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'm sure y'all can see, but minus V2 continues to slew, and it looks like 30 degrees or so, and we're having to start watching the arm operation around it.
We copy.
And then here where I can hold you. When you're ready. This would be hard. Okay, that's it. Okay, thanks. Take it from there. Okay. And that is a 2-person job, closing the soul.
Okay, and can you tell what's holding up on it?
I think it's just the door, Tom. You gotta pull, about 25 or 30 pounds while the other person flips the J-hook over.
Okay, but is it the foam and the inserts inside that are sticking up anywhere that you can see? There's none of those Velcro straps out around the edges, right?
I'll take a survey at the whole edge. I noticed as soon as I undid it, it popped open.
Okay.
I opened it. No, I don't see anything.
Endeavour Houston, we copy the soap lid problem, and and we're looking at that, and to further amplify, the RSU aliveness test is 100% successful.
Fantastic.
Great news. Thanks, Greg.
Well, that's one new set of gyros for Hubble. That's great. It's not, it's not impossible, Tom. You just have to push, so it's a lot easier with 2 people, and free floating it would be very hard indeed, if possible at all.
Okay, and while you were pushing there, we got a elbow slip, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I was pushing.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we need to go over to the PFRs.
Okay, I think you should bait then, Jeff.
And since we're doing the opposite sides of the telescope, Tom, I guess we may as well do it one at a time. Or do you think it would save time to get them both together?
All right, why don't you get one and work on it, and then when Story gets done at the soap, he can go configure the other one.
Okay.
And be able to hand it up to you. And it's going to get daylight in just a few minutes.
Number 2 forward, J-hooks.
Copy.
Taking the Lorne extension off my power tool.
Okay.
I just have the torque limiter on it at this point. Copy.
We'll have to reconfigure for the doors anyway. Okay, let's get the one on in bay 10 here. Okay, 4.5, that's perfect. Just bring me down now.
Okay, take you down.
And we're going to have to come inboard, and you'll have to check my clearance above me.
Okay, we'll check that. Above is okay.
And for the record, this has been a very warm night pass. I've been very comfortable.
Okay.
Pressure's been working.
And we're LVLH now, so when it gets daylight, you're going to have a different view.
Okay. Inboard more.
Okay, inboard. Do you want to be pitched down more, Jeff?
We'll just look. Yeah, I can't get to the, okay, no, I'm fine here.
Okay,
Right. Okay, I have it. Okay, call out some numbers.
Jeff, let's have you run up and look at that crack on minus V3 real quick. It really looks a lot better right now.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Well, let me put well, I'll carry the PFR with me.
Maybe you can pass by it on the way.
Okay. Okay, so you'll take me up by it, Claude?
Okay, take you up now.
And you'll take me by the door, right?
Yes. And I didn't aim to interrupt you there, Jeff. You did get tethered to the PFR.
Yeah, I am tethered. I should have called that, sorry.
Okay.
I got all 5 J-hook soaps closed down. What's your copy, Tom?
No, sir. What?
The soap is closed down, all 5 J-hooks.
Okay, copy, Story.
Houston,
Here's
copy.
Endeavour, you copy, soap is closed out, okay? Story, why don't you, you want to head back to that other PFR and I'll give you some settings for it.
On the FSS?
Yep.
Okay, on the way.
Story Musgrave just reporting a minute ago that he's completely latched the protective enclosure where the rate sensor units and the electronic control units were located. Again, as mentioned by Greg Harbaugh to the crew through our payload officer here in Mission Control, the complete package, the complement of electronic control units and rate gyro assemblies, the rate sensor units, has been checked out through the Space Telescope Operations Control Center, and the entire packages are all working as expected at 100% level.
Stop. Stop. No, I don't see any change time, just measured against the both heads.
Okay, I guess it just looks different to us at times. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Basically, we haven't seen any difference in sunlight or darkness then, have we?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Your choice as to which one of these you want to head up to.
Jeff?
I think we'd rather wait till daylight on this one on the left, maybe. Why don't we go up to the one on the right?
Okay.
Port one. Yeah. You can see how that minus V2 is slewed down, can't you, Jeff?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Wait till daylight to work up there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take you to the port location, Jeff.
read me some numbers for the settings, Tom.
Okay. For plus V2, we want to be Nancy, Nancy. Alpha, Delta, Delta.
Nancy, Nancy. 7. Already at Alpha.
Endeavour moving off the east coast of Florida. This is the 46th orbit of the mission as Endeavour moves from darkness into daylight.
Roll visor down.
And Jeff, I go rather slowly here because of the small chairs between the arm and the end of the array.
You bet.
Okay, well, we'll play it by ear here. If we get too close for comfort, we may ask you to do that.
Okay. Okay, that's Nancy, Nancy, Alpha, Delta, Delta, and the number?
Number is 6.
6.
And I'm ready for settings 2. Okay, they're the same. 7. Nancy, Nancy, Alpha, Delta, Delta, 7.
Okay.
And we're going to go in 15 right, Jeff.
Okay. And this is going in 19, correct?
That's correct.
We're at 15 left.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
15 right.
Go ahead, Greg.
Reference your question on the solar ray slewing. We have been talking about that down here, and as long as you feel like you can work around it, we would like to not take any action there until we've completed the door work and the other basic activities. It requires us to go free drift, and we'd like to stay in this attitude as long as we can.
Okay, Roger, and we think we can work with it like it is.
Understand. Also be advised that you have until 0035 in this attitude for the door test that we sent up to you. If you don't complete it by that time, then we have another attitude we'll be giving you.
Okay, thanks.
That discussion by Greg Harbaugh with Tom Akers aboard Endeavour relates to the solar arrays. They've been slewing a little bit. They've been moving based on the work that the crew's doing on the telescope. So before those solar arrays are retracted after this EVA, the plan is to reposition those solar arrays, and that can be done by ground command from the Space Telescope Operations Control Center.
So it's aiming a little bit aft.
That's right. Should be toward the open side of the PDM.
That's correct.
I got them all except roll, and I can't get except roll, and I can't get okay. Unless I take it off. Yeah, if you want to store, if you want to go ahead and take it off and practice putting it back on free floating. Jeff's going to be down there in a minute. You can hand it to him.
Okay. Let's go down and pick it up.
Okay, so Houston, PFR installed on plus V2.
You copy?
Tom Akers reporting that the portable foot restraint has been installed on the right-hand solar array, the solar array on the right side of the telescope looking toward the tail of the orbiter. That is work to get ready for tomorrow, and as the team likes to call it, that's considered useful work that can be done while the crew's preparing to do other tasks. So that's getting ahead of the work schedule for tomorrow.
Okay, Claude, we're ready to come down, pick up the other PFRs.
Okay, we'll do that.
I didn't get roll yet, Jeff.
Okay.
I couldn't get that one while I was, on the thing.
Okay, I have it.
Who got it?
Hey, I guess the driver ran to the other side.
Okay, I'll take you there, Jeff.
And this one, let's see, is Nancy, Alpha, Delta, 7.
Roger that. And it goes in on the left. 15 left.
Yep.
Now, you want me up by the minus V3 doors, Tom? Yeah, that's where we're going to be going next.
Okay.
Go up and look and think about doing is how easily you could pull down on the right-hand door. You could look for, any skew like that where pulling in one direction might help. To us, it looks like the crack is constant until you get up to about the final third of the door, right, Jeff?
That's what it looks like to me.
I mean, it doesn't look like a skew that increases linearly.
It's weird. Okay, this is going in number 8.
Roger that.
Okay, let's stop. Bring me in about 1 foot.
Okay, in 1 foot.
Endeavour Houston, useful work if Story could check the P101 while he's in proximity.
Okay, good idea, Greg. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, I'm finished.
Okay, looks good, Jeff.
Just going to see if I can see the lock wire. Yeah, let's do it.
Look like that inner loop's accessible?
I think so, yeah.
Great. tub's empty, Tom.
Okie doke. That's good.
Yeah, it is.
No trouble seeing up in there?
No, sir. Look right down in there.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, Claude, move me. No further down. Stop. Okay, let's come back up about 6 inches. I just want to scan all along the top again to see if I see anything unusual. All right, right at the hinge, the seal is touching the door. There's no... Okay, let's move around the front so we get in the middle.
And Tom?
Yes, sir.
I heard the numbers they want. I can put 100 pounds, or they want 25 to start with, right?
Yeah, I think no more than 25.
I can do that free floating right here.
Okay.
Stop, move away. Stop. Move away. Okay, stop. Here's what I can report. The doors, the way they are now, there is a curved lip that comes around. It's the outside of a labyrinth seal of whip. Okay, now at the hinge side, the door is about at least 1 centimeter inside of that labyrinth seal. Behind it, the labyrinth seal protrudes in front of the door. By the time you get to the handle, the door is even with the labyrinth seal. When you get out to the center, the door is about 3 millimeters in front of the labyrinth seal, and it looks like the black seal up here, there's a little gap in it in front, which you've probably seen in the picture, right up above the bulb. It looks like somehow, let me try to get a light on it. It's really hard to see inside whether the doors are actually hitting each other behind. It looks like the gap goes all the way through. That's about all I can see with the doors closed.
Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and press on with the procedure.
Okay.
So we want to go down and loosen that handle latch bolt, Jeff.
Okay. And that I guess I can do with the power tool. I better get the Essex configured.
I forgot to have it because we want to do the final loosening we want to do manually with the Musgrave.
Right. So, let me get that.
Story might come up and configure your Essex while you open the latch with your power tool, maybe.
Okay. Let me put it on the tether here. Let me turn it around for you, sir.
Okay. You're coming my way.
The other way.
Okay.
A lot of stuff on here.
Give me a ride. Okay, what you want on the Essex?
Yeah, just that short adjustable and torque limiter that's right there. Just put them on the Essex.
Okay, gotcha.
adjustable back on.
As reference,
Okay, let's come down.
Story Musgrave can be identified by no markings on his spacesuit, and Jeff Hoffman has a red stripe on the pant legs of his suit.
3 down and 3 right.
He's also distinguishable by a red stripe up on the top corner of his backpack.
Yeah, that's good. Stop.
Stop.
Okay, I'm going to loosen this. It should have been 23. Yeah, where does this retractable go? Oh, it's already back to my mini workstation. Okay, hang on to that because I'll use it for your ethics. So the one that I had attached to the Essex? Yes, good. Yeah, that comes back to my mini workstation. There it is? Claude and Sox been getting a workout on that arm today. Muscle, man.
It's a wonderful machine. Really works well.
Still been working on it, Claude.
And Kyle, you could see Jeff right now using the power tool as a manual wrench.
Really struggling.
And only go about 8 turns, Jeff.
This is a quite labor-intensive task when you start to think about that they've been out for 6 hours, and the hand is one of the first things to fatigue because it's a very labor-intensive thing to work against the pressure suit of the gloves. The gloves on the suit are like balloons, and if you've ever blown up a rubber glove, the fingers tend to stand up, and that's exactly what the glove is doing. So when you have to close your hand, you're working against...
About 6 turns on, and then it felt like it was getting a little harder, so I stopped.
Okay.
You're working against the gloves.
We really had a hard time getting it started. I had to do it mostly by hand, even though I used it to tighten it to 23.
Yeah, and let's keep track of turns, and I don't think we want to go more than 12. I think that's about the limit where we got in trouble before, Jeff.
Okay, now, Barry, how are you coming? I'm ready when you are. Here it is. Okay.
And Story Musgrave just passed the Essex wrench. Now, Capcom
23.
referred to the mushroom on the Essex wrench. That's that brass-colored circular portion, and that's installed on the wrench just to allow the EVA crew member to turn a wrench with a lot more facility than just a normal wrench like you and I use down on the ground. And as I mentioned, after 6 or so hours outside, the hands start to become a little bit fatigued. I suspect they're approaching that point at this point.
You're going to get to the very bottom one unless you don't think there's any problem at all latching it, right?
No, that's no problem at all.
Okay. And Houston, do we really need to take the bottom latch all the way out to the hard stop since it's engaging with no problem?
Negative, Tom.
Okay, so let's, I guess, go up to the very top one, Jeff, and bring it out to the hard stop with the Essex.
What I really want to see is if I can find out what it's hitting on. And what I'm going to suggest is that I'll do the procedure, but what I'd really like is for Story to look at what I'm doing from the inside when I try to close it, because he might see something that I can't see. That's something to consider. We keep one door open.
You mean with the left door, right?
That's correct. In other words, well, that's right. The right door I can push in with no problem. And the left door, well, the left door by itself I can also.
Yeah, okay.
It's when the two come together.
Understand. Okay, well, let's try to run through.
Actually, hold on a minute.
Okay.
Hold on a minute. I'm putting down my...
Can I help pull in any direction?
Yes, I think so, Story. And it looks to me like if I'm just doing it at the top, I can get them to come together. So let me do that, and you hold the bottom.
Okay, let me go down. I'll go down there then.
It's out a little bit in height.
Don't you want me to get down and help?
I do. I want you to do the bottom, Story.
Yes, Jeff, I'm a free floater. You know, it takes me a while to get out.
I realize that.
Okay.
I'm just going to hold here. I think this may do it, Tom.
Okay.
Actually, Story, can you do the handle bolt?
And Houston, if you copy, Jeff's just working, putting the doors back together and thinks he's found a way that seems to close the gap. And we're going to try that, if that's okay.
Press on, Tom. If you've got a way to do it, do it.
All right.
Okay, you got the handle bolt.
You want me to go up and do a tool change? Let's see.
No, just do it with the handle.
Okay. Yeah, see if you can just latch the handle, Story.
All right.
Take your time and get stable.
Yes, sir. I tried to.
Would it help for Jeff's seat to be in a different place, different attitude for you, Story? I'm going to go over the other side.
I can move out of the way, Story.
Jeff can roll left, and it'll be fine here. Okay. No, it just makes me time. We want you to take it.
This tells me there was no actual impediment to the door. It's as though the whole telescope has spread out a little bit. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Right.
Endeavour Houston for Covey.
Go ahead, Houston.
Covey, in the off chance that we don't have this door troubleshooting complete by 0035, we would like to give you a new attitude to maneuver to starting at 32. That would be target 2, body vector 3, Omicron 180. Initiate track at 0032.
Hold off here. Huh?
Are you ready to do the handle?
No, don't do it yet.
Okay. Okay, Houston, copy. Target 2, body vector 3, 180, Omicron, A auto burn at 0032.
That's good readback.
Leave it there. But I've got the top one in.
And Story, do you have the handle latch closed? I'm about to.
Oh, wait a minute. The bottom one isn't coming right. We got to go and work on that. So you stay here. I'm going to drop down and work on the bottom, okay? Pull it back, away from the telescope.
Okay, away from the telescope.
And then down about 6 feet.
And then down 6.
Okay, I'm going to try to get on the bottom bolt now. It's not closing. The doors aren't closing right. Let's try to get the bottom. Let me get the bottom coming in. before you close that story.
Okay.
Okay, do you want me to come on your left or your right side?
I can go either way. Is that how's that?
Well, it's probably easier for you to go to your right, because that way you're close to the handhold.
Okay.
So Claude, bring me to the left about a foot. Keep coming down.
Okay, 1 foot left, and we'll have to pitch you down for clearance.
The plan here is for the 2 crew members to engage the 4 latches on the doors before they tighten them, and at this point the top one is engaged. Story Musgrave's got the one of the middle latches engaged, and Jeff Hoffman's now moving to the lower latch to try to engage that latch.
Oh boy. This is hitting something, Story.
Want me to release a little?
This is hitting something. Yeah, relieve it.
Yeah, I am. I'm totally relieved up here.
This is hitting something hard.
There it is.
Oh, I see what it is. It's that striker plate. If we can pull it up, Claude, bring me up a little bit.
Okay, further up.
What we need is to pull up on this rather than down. Up and up some more.
Okay,
And to the right.
to the right.
How are you, Story?
We're all right, Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, you got the handle there.
Oh boy, I'm sure I made the arm slip there. Having the top one in has now made it hard to get this one in.
Well, if we took the bottom one out to the hard stop, would you have enough?
Well, the problem, Tom, is that the doors are hitting something hard now when I try to close them. I think we...
Keep an eye on your feet there, Store.
Okay, I'll tell you what I want to do is to open it up again, and so we can see what it's hitting. We've got to do this systematically. Even if I could get the lower bolt on now, I wouldn't want to torque it down because it's coming against something hard. I think maybe those striker plates are not quite mating because the telescope has pulled apart a little bit.
Okay, well, let's go back up and undo it, and maybe Story can kind of watch the bottom and get it adjusted first.
Okay, you want to try that, Story?
Okay. I haven't seen the whole problem. I've just got here, so...
Claude, let's go up about 10 feet.
Okay, up.
I haven't been able to see what's...
In Houston, Endeavour, just to let you know what we're seeing now with the top door latch. The crack is uniform all the way up, but the bottom is not going all the way in. It's kind of pushed out at the bottom like it's not closing. Jeff says it's hard down there, and there's a little gap at the bottom now also.
The gap at the bottom is 3/4 of an inch now.
Yep, just about like it was at the top before.
We copy all that, Tom.
Okay, now I'm going to pull in and try to release the top. Okay, now see if you can close the bottom, Story.
Okay, and which one?
Either one.
Okay. I see the little plate. It has that big groove, you see, has to go in.
Yeah, and that wasn't...
Okay.
I think what we really need to do is do it from the bottom and the top at the same time. So if you could put on your mini workstation on the handrail or something and try to push the bottom, and I try to push the top, maybe we can get it. And you may have to push up as well. which I know is difficult. Can you get the left door? Let's just see if we can get the left door. No. No.
Let me see. I gotta work and get a position here.
Let's get the left door fully in before we work on the right door. The other one, sorry. Okay, that one's fully in. You gotta bring me down, Claude. I've got to tether the handle out of the way. That's got... Oh, we're okay. It's floated out of the way. Okay, sorry. Let's see if you can push that one in. No, the other door.
No. The left one here?
No, that's the right one.
This one?
Yeah. Gotta get that closed. Okay, good. Alright, now when that's closed, this one won't close. The top won't close. Alright, now the top is closed. Can you get the bottom closed? No, the other door, Story. Let's keep working on that door. Okay, now, just hold it in there. Okay, Tom, let me tell you what seems to be happening. And it might be these striker plates. Watch your feet, Story. When the lower part is closed, I can't get the upper part closed. Now Story's got the lower part back up. I'm going to open this door a little bit.
Jeff, could you drop down and get a little more purchase towards the middle of the door to help hold in rather than right at the top?
Well, I was hoping we could get the problem.
It's really hard for Story free float to hold in any length of time.
You can start gently with a PRD between the handle and the handrail.
Can you?
A PRD between the handle and the handrail.
As long as they were lining up, that would work.
I'm trying to see if we can get this one left door closed.
Okay.
Claude, drop me down 3 feet, please. Down 3 feet.
Down 3 feet, Jeff.
You know, when you're in like that, I can't get in. Get yours out, Story. Okay, now I can get in.
If we put a PRD across here, and you could start the bolt up there, and we could watch it go together, and I could just start the tension in with a PRD here. What do you think about that?
Well, also, Jeff, do you think that the procedure they sent up to us, that we might ought to look at that? Since the top and bottom were both engaging there, right? Did we just need to pull them together?
No. It's coming up against a hard stop. It's as though those, I forget what they call them, the striker plates, or
the little triangle alignment guides.
I understand, but I thought the way we had it before, you think it was a hard stop at the top too, Jeff? It wasn't pooched out up there like the bottom was.
Well, I can feel it now with the door open. When Story has the bottom closed, the top door will not close. Let's try
Endeavour,
with
Houston.
the right door, Story.
Go ahead.
Tom, in the high-fidelity mechanical simulator, they've had some success using the over-center latch, cycling that back and forth to help work the doors closed. If you could try attaching a bolt at either the top or the bottom and cycle the over-center latch and see if that brings the others together, that might help you.
Okay. You copy, guys?
Yeah.
I'll cycle the handle bolt then.
Okay. Bring your left
door.
1 foot. Yes. Watch your feet.
Okay, up 1 foot.
I Got it. No. Stop.
Story to make that bottom latch for you, Jeff.
Want me to make this?
Yep.
Okay. Now, do you want me to cycle that when you go up above?
You can, yeah. Okay, bring me into the telescope 1 foot.
1 foot in.
More. Closer. Closer. 1 more foot.
Okay. Okay, stop here.
It's up against the hard stop, and I think it's that plate on the inside. Open it up now, Story. Already the lower bolt has come off.
Okay. You want the bottom one back on?
I think so. Tell you what, Story?
Yes.
Try to put the bottom one on again.
Okay.
While the two spacewalking astronauts, Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave, continue to work closing this door, this protective doors on the star tracker assemblies and the rate sensor units, here in the flight control room, lead flight director Milt Heflin discussing with the EVA officer the time the crew's out, and that time currently approaching 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Tell you what, Story.
Endeavour Houston, 2 minutes to handing down to Diego.
I've got these ones partially engaged. Come get the center latch, Story.
But right now, this door...
The planning is to
Okay, there it is.
Okay, if you can keep holding that...
let the crew stay out as long as the to match the mission elapsed time that they normally would have come in, which would be somewhere around 3 days, 1.5 hours, which is about an hour or so from now.
I want to get a better angle where I can push more. Claude, bring me back a little bit and aim it for... We almost had it there.
Okay, we'll go out.
Yeah.
Now, you want me to hold in this door?
Yeah, I want to go back.
Door?
I'm going to get the center latch so that it's engaged but not closed. That was helping us. We almost had it there. Claude, down 2 feet.
Down 3 feet.
2.
2 feet down.
Okay, now come up.
Up.
Okay, now I want you to pitch me forward.
Two forward.
And bring me a little bit away from the telescope.
Yes, sir. Find a PRD on that handrail. In that handle, I could control very nicely the tension down here.
Okay, Claude, bring me into the telescope.
Okay, in.
Yeah. Into the telescope. Okay, Story, can you close it now?
Something about the bolt.
What?
No, I can't. No, I gotta bring the doors together. can very gingerly apply tension.
Hey, Jeff, just so I'm clear here, if we were back to our original configuration and we could get one of those top bolts by some method, even though it feels like you're against something hard at the top, you think there'd be any light leak?
Yes.
The way we had it before, there was some light leak.
Yes.
Okay. Houston, you copy?
We copy, Tom.
So you agree with Story going to get a PRD just so you can control holding the doors together at the bottom to proceed trying to just maneuver and work them in?
That's affirmative.
Okay, Store.
Hey. I'll go very easy on it. We'll look at the door as we go. We almost had it that last time, but it's just... But I think both of us have to be able to keep it held in, so I think PRD is the way to go.
Endeavour, Houston, Tom, we don't have clearance to use a PRD yet. We're working with the project to get that. In the meantime, Story can go ahead. Story can go ahead and get it.
Roger.
And you know, I'm only going to use hand strength with it. You know, Greg.
We understand.
Like 25, 50 pounds. Bring me down 2 feet.
Down 2 feet. Stop.
PSA, right, Tom?
That's a front.
Endeavour, Houston,
maybe
Tom.
I could use this Essex wrench and take those bolts out to the hard stop. If that gives us just a little more clearance, it might help.
Again, Jeff.
I said, while Story is getting that, maybe I could take this Essex wrench and take the other bolts out to the hard stop, like they suggested. That might give us an extra millimeter clearance.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, take me down 4 feet.
Down 4 feet. Okay, you went about 8 turns on those, so I wouldn't go more than 4 unless you can watch that screw.
I can't see the inside of it is the problem.
Okay.
Okay, stop.
Stop.
Endeavour, Houston, Tom, the project is not comfortable using the PRD until they study it. So Story can come on back and see if he can help out without using the PRD.
Okay, Story, you copy?
I apologize for the extra translation.
That's okay.
But I can put on 10 pounds and get done what I otherwise can't get done. I could make, with very little tension, I could make that bottom bolt. I am not going to put more than 25 pounds on, but it's just hard free floating to do that. I'm not going to put any more on than I could with my muscle, but it's hard free floating to do that.
We copy all that.
We're You see, if it's going to take even tension, if we want to close the entire door with even tension and guide the alignment as we go, you need to put even tension up and down the entire length of the door, go down at the bottom and check if those guides are going in. With a PRD, you can maintain even tension, check the guides, be sure the guides are in, and you can maintain even tension the whole way, closing the door. I can't do that free-floating.
Okay, taking you out.
We're talking about it, Story.
I think you know what I'm saying. If you try to close the door even, you need even tension the whole length of the door.
Stop.
Endeavour Houston, Story is go now for the PRD.
Story.
Up.
Okay, further up, Jeff.
You copy, Story?
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay.
Tom, let me give you my opinion on the hard stop on these bolts.
Okay.
It does not exist. What there is a screw that goes into the end of the bolt. And so, obviously 23 foot-pounds was enough to unthread that screw. I'm not going to take it to a hard stop. I'm just going to put about 2 more turns on it.
Okay, copy that.
It's like going to the hard stop. We used to go to the soft stop. There is no such thing as a hard stop. The way, there's a little hole in the middle of the bolt. Yeah. And the bolt bolts into it from the other side. Well, what bolts in can unscrew. Yeah, we never liked that.
And Kyle's Story was mentioning it was very difficult for him to do the task that he's required to do, free-floating. One of the things that we assessed on Greg Harbaugh and I when we did our EVA on STS-64 was to assess working in the payload bay with tools.
You need a PRD on your end too, or do you think just if I go to the bottom with one, we'll be all set? If we put it sort of in the middle of that handle, I can pull on the top.
And all of our tasks were free-floating, and one of the things we did discover that all the EVA astronauts have discovered in the past is when you're free-floating, it is very, very difficult to accomplish any useful work. In space, you need to have something to react against. And just to give you an idea, is if Jeff were not attached to the end of the arm and he were using the power tool, as he pulled the trigger of the power tool, chances are that with the socket on the bolt that he'd be trying to turn, that would stay steady and Jeff would rotate with the power tool in the opposite direction.
Fine. I ate my food bar, I'm drinking my water.
Copy that.
Yeah, the same.
Roger.
Doing very well.
So Story's comment about being able to react the force or not being able to react the force is very well taken, and having the PRD, the payload retention device, which is much like a flatbed truck come along, a small one if you will, to wrap around the handles of the door and pull them a little bit closed, apply the force that they need to hold the doors closed, and then at the top and the bottom they can push and pull or on the bolts to try to get them engaged. That is what they need. They essentially, if you will, if they had a third person out there, even that wouldn't do them any good, because even that third person there, he wouldn't or she wouldn't have anything to react against. So the strap, if you will, around the handles might be the answer here to resolve the issue.
And I think when the project heard Story Musgrave's description of how he wanted to operate that, they felt a lot more comfortable with him proceeding with that step.
Okay.
And the project was concerned those payload retention devices can exert quite a bit of force if you crank down on the handle enough, and the immediate reaction was, no, we don't want to do that, and indeed was the correct reaction. However, after hearing Story's comments, it allayed the fears that he wasn't about to do that, but just enough to get the doors to stay put with a bit of force on them so that they can get those latches over center there.
What's the say, Tom?
Hey, we got lots of time.
You're down 4 feet.
Coming down for me.
I was not hurrying. I was just scooting along there. All right, Mr. Jeff, I've not seen all the problems.
Okay, let me... Okay.
But you show me where you'd like some nice, would you like nice even tension right here?
If we can get the sap coming in and I'll push on the top, and we'll just bring it in slowly.
Okay.
The problem is that when you just push on the top, then you can't get the bottom in, and if you just push on the bottom, then you can't get the top in. And when we had them both pushed evenly, we had no way that we could make the bolts, because we didn't have any hands left. Bring me down some more, 3 more feet.
Say that again, Jeff, please.
Down 3 feet.
Okay, down 3. Are you going to contact Story there?
Looks like my mini workstation is below him.
And Kyle, this is a prime example of how things in space can be very much different than on the ground. On the ground, this problem could have been resolved in a few short minutes by somebody just leaning against the door a little bit, whereas in space, without being able to react with some force against something to push against the door, and with it free-floating, it can move in any direction. That presents a unique problem, an example of those types of problems we run into in orbit that you don't normally encounter in the ground.
I'd rather...
And of course, with this task, when this problem was first discovered early on in the spacewalk this morning, everyone already agreed that we could latch the middle latch and leave it that way overnight, and so they're off looking at all of those options as well. And the thinking now is that we'll give the crew another 15 minutes or so to work this before they have to clean up the work site, which is the payload bay of Endeavour, before heading back inside.
And even if the crew is unsuccessful at performing this task, that is closing the doors and buttoning it up for good tonight, all of the information we're collecting will give the people on the ground more information with which to work the problem and come up with a viable solution for the EVA in 2 days when they work on the whiff pay. Or even they may send them tomorrow, but that remains to be seen. The planning shift will work that.
Yeah, I can go ahead and do that, Jim.
Okay.
And you could see in the just below the center of the picture what Story Musgrave is handling. That is the payload retention device. Has the beige or brown strap with some tether hooks on the end of it. It's just under Jeff's right arm, or Story's right arm right now. You can see it. Correction, Jeff's right arm is right the first time.
You put it out for us.
Go ahead. I can put it on there. Okay. I don't like that. I'd rather have it. We put it on the strap there. Or we can put it on the door itself.
There's the strap.
Put it on the strap? Maybe not.
But we might have trouble getting it off.
Okay, just put it on the... Here. I can't move because the MFR's in my way. But, okay, do that. Let this go. Well, it'll go. I can't move because the MFR's in my way.
Let's go back.
I'll take you back, Jeff.
Yeah, just, I'll do her here.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to that.
Jeff, we're fairly positive that the star trackers aren't, we're not even touching them, right, when we're closing the jets and all
I've
that.
been looking, and I don't see the inside of the trackers move when we close the door.
Okay.
Now, could you keep tension on that so it won't fall off? Yeah, just keep tension on that hook so it won't fall off. I'll go the other side.
Houston, we powered camera D down. It was at 46 degrees.
We copy.
We may want to go around. Okay, let it get on. So we'll go around.
You got it? Okay.
Now. Okay, now you go up above.
Let me put a little more tension on it, okay?
Well, I can do that, Jeff.
Okay, I just...
Okay.
Okay. Take me up.
Okay, going up.
Let's move out a little, back a little bit so we get away from story.
Okay, I'll bring you away.
We're going to use no more force than we would by hand. We can control. It'll give us control to do what we got to do with the door while we put some tension on.
Story, you might want to go ahead and get your helmet lights on before you get in the bind here.
Okay. Put some cooling on too, man.
It's going to get dark.
Okay?
Ready to go in?
Yes, but here's how I'd like to do it. I'd like to go up another foot and pitch forward.
Okay, we can do that. I can kick your feet out if that helps.
Yeah, I want to be coming at it a little bit more horizontal so I can get more pressure. Okay, and you're going to have to bring me up a little bit and also back to my left. Okay, keep coming in.
All right.
Okay, that's good.
Stopping.
Okay, stay. Start pulling it in now.
Let me get some cooling on here. Okay.
And Story, once you get the bottom kind of going in down there, maybe you can use the handle latch to kind of zipper on up from there.
Yeah,
Okay. Now, Jeff, you want a little more tension?
yes, let's start cranking it in.
Okay, I'm going real easy.
Can you see down there, Story, that it's going in right?
We're not quite far enough in to even check yet.
Okay.
Now I'll bounce down there.
So good up top. And remember, sir, the door on your left has to go in before the door on the right.
Yes. Okay, we're doing fine. They're both clear.
Okay?
They're both doing
And
well.
they're both clear up top.
Okay.
The So bring it in a little bit more.
Endeavour is currently moving off the northern tip of Australia on the tail end of orbit 46 and beginning to pass from daylight into darkness.
Much it came in a little.
Well, I just brought it a quarter of an inch. Now the gap at the bottom, Jeff, is a half to 3/4 of an inch.
Yes, and at the top too. Now we have to try to push them in together.
Yes, and the doors are even. They're okay down below.
They go in up top.
They're on the guides.
Okay, now let's use the handle, guys.
See if you can use the center handle.
Bottom doesn't look good, Store.
We can't back this handle bolt out anymore, right? It's all the way out.
No, we didn't take it out the extra turns, did we, Jeff?
I think we should take that bolt out all the way.
I didn't back that out any. How's the bottom looking though, Story? Is that in?
Let's go look at it.
Go back down and let's work on the bottom.
You want me to release the handle bolt?
Yes.
Now the bottom is good. You want me to PRD a little?
I want you to pull the PRD in a little. First check the bottom. Make sure it can go in.
I did. The bottom is fine.
It doesn't hit a hard stop.
No, it does not.
Okay, pull in a little bit more. Okay, let's try it again.
I'll go back and check the bottom.
The top is okay.
Bottom's looking better here.
I can feel it on the top now, sliding on that plate. We're just on the hairy edge. How does the bottom look? It's good. Does the bolt fit over?
Endeavour Houston, again, we'd suggest you cycle the over-center handle to help work it in.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
Does the bolt?
That's what we're doing.
Wait. Does the bolt fit over?
No, it is not.
All right, one more on the PRD.
I want to cycle the handle bolt a little bit.
Okay? Yeah, see if you can engage the handle bolt, Story.
What did I do to the bottom? The top is in.
Just a second. Now I got to get that seated. Okay, let me get the tip pin in. It is engaged.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good at the bottom, I think, Story.
The top is in.
Yes, I'll get the tip pin in. I'll do a free floater dash. Okay, tip pin is in.
See if you can engage the bottom latch, Story.
Okay, bottom looks pretty good.
The bottom is engaged.
All right, guys. Houston, I think we got the door closed.
Yes.
And the top is engaged.
All right.
Good work, guys.
Crew's reporting that they have all of the latches in place. All that remains is to tighten the bolts now.
Okay.
We'll start with the handle bolt, right, Jeff?
Yes.
Well, good job, guys. Story, if you want to grab the PRD and get the TA.
Well, let's leave the PRD on for a minute until we get everything latched up here.
Just a second. The handle bolt fell off. I'll go get it.
Well, I'm going to go and work on that, Story. I have to tighten it now.
It fell off.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's okay.
But you think we're all right? You think I'm free to leave?
No, I want you to stick
around.
I want you to stick around until we get it put together.
That's all.
Just,
Got them all engaged now, Jeff?
yeah, but they're pretty loose because of the PRD.
Okay.
And I want to go get the handle bolt and tighten that up.
The handle's engaged with the fifth pin, right?
Yes, but it's not tight. It floats out.
Okay.
Okay, Story, if you can just move over to the side, and I may need you to hold that in. Okay, let's take me down 4 feet.
Down 4.
Okay.
Stop it.
Let's get the fifth pin back in. That's good. Okay, the fifth pin is in. Okay, it's starting to drive a little bit. I'm going to do them each a little at a time. Let's go up. 1 foot and left 2 feet.
And torque 23, right, Jeff?
Well, not yet. I just want to get them in. Yeah, I mean, I'm setting it toward 23, but I'm not taking them all the way in. I want to just do them a little bit at a time.
Okay.
Okay. Up another foot.
Up 1 more.
Stop.
Stop it.
Okay, let's go all the way down to the bottom.
All the way to the bottom.
Stop.
Stop it.
Okay, let's go back up. And Tom, this power drill doesn't have enough to push 23, so I'll finish it off with the Essex wrench.
Okie doke.
Okay, I guess,
You want to borrow my power tool?
I can try. I think the Essex is just as easy at this point.
All right.
Hey, Jeff, now the first one we want to torque up's the handle, right?
That's right. We're going up too high. Let's drop back down 4 feet and come to the right.
We want to make sure the handle stays ahead of the others, right?
Yep.
Okay.
None of them are really... Okay, stop. Let's come 3 feet to the right.
How's that, Jeff?
Okay, let's go up.
Going up?
Well, I think we got it. If you want to take the PRD off.
All right, Tom, you want me to close things out?
Yeah, when you guys are ready, we're ready, Story.
Okay, I'll pick up the PRD and stop. I'll get the PA left.
Roger that.
Is that no tools anywhere?
That's affirmative.
But where they're supposed to be on the carrier?
Yep.
Stop.
Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave wrapping up, tightening the bolts now on the protective doors for the rate sensor units and the star trackers on the telescope. This completes the assigned task for the day.
Stop it.
And all that's left for the two crew members is to do their daily cleanup activities and climb back into the airlock.
Stop. Stop it.
Up 1 foot.
Up 1.
Let's start coming down again.
Okay.
Stop.
Stop it.
I got your feet straight. Back, I'll hold on to you. All right.
And Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour, Houston, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg, Jeff's going to finish torquing up all 4 of the bolts with the Essex wrench. Torque at 23. Story's getting the PRD, going to get the TA, and we think then that we've got everything cleaned up and ready to head in.
Well, I'm going to have to get the star trackers, too.
That's right.
That's right, we want to get the star tracker shades. Other than that, we agree, Tom.
Copy that.
Yep. It's, you know how tight it is on that handle there?
I do.
Take just the right geometry to get it out of there.
I'm holding on.
And Endeavour, Houston, one other note for you on the timeline. Because we're going to have to do this additional solar array slew, we could very well find ourselves using the backup rev for the SDM retraction later this afternoon.
Roger, understand.
Want me to try it, Story, from the top?
That discussion related to the slew of the solar arrays during the EVA this morning. The solar arrays have moved slightly, and before the HST project folks can retract the secondary deploy mechanisms on the solar arrays need to be moved back into the proper position. And so once the crew is completed with the work on the telescope and is moved back into the airlock, that slew procedure can take place. However, it may take place about an hour and a half or so later, the actual retraction than planned.
Want a little more?
No, it's okay, good. I'll hold it good. Thanks, yeah.
In fact, the flight team had a placeholder in the timeline in the event that something like this had occurred.
Okay. Okay. Adios for a while. Okay. Okay, I have a torque of 23. Okay, can you correct my pitch, bring me back so that I'm vertical again now, please?
Sure, and I'll take the rollout too, if you like.
Okay. Well, actually, just get me vertical. Don't worry so much about the pitch. I mean vertical and roll. So I'm along. And bring me in 1 foot.
In 1.
Good. Stop.
Stopping.
Okay, I'm putting the Essex wrench on the handle bolt.
Copy that.
Okay, I'll stow the starboard
Okay,
chair.
that was good. Take me up to the next bolt, about 2 feet.
Up 2.
Okay, and in 1 foot and left 1 foot.
In 1 and left 1. Great job when it got right.
Stop.
Stopping.
Okay, got 23 on that. Let's come up to the top bolt.
Go ahead.
That's good.
Stopping.
Gotta be careful of the wind deck here.
Copy.
Starboard chair is stowed.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go all the way down to the bottom.
Going down.
Stop.
Stopping.
Okay. So I thought I had the wrench free. I didn't quite. Okay, let's get the bottom one.
Okay, you ready now? Okay.
Yep.
So the HST toolbox was all closed out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the PFR, all of it.
Okay.
Another foot. Keep coming. Keep coming. Stop.
Stopping.
Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave just moving through 7 hours into this spacewalk, having now completed all of the task and closing up the door, the protective door on the compartment that houses the onboard star trackers and rate sensor units for the Hubble Space Telescope. Story Musgrave is completing the cleanup activities in the payload bay that's required each day at the conclusion of the spacewalks, and soon the 2 crew members will be moving back into the airlock.
And Kyle, you mentioned the 7 hours. It sounds like it's getting close to the record is only an hour and a half away. Story and Jeff won't be out there that long, but the longest EVA to date was 8 hours and 31 minutes, I believe, is the time on that.
Yeah, Jeff still has.
And at this point, 7 hours is a long haul for these two.
I'm just hanging.
Yeah, they've certainly trained for just such contingencies, and being able to stay out longer, and the suits certainly have the capability to do that. I guess you have a lot of insight into the amount of time you have. Not in addition to your regular backpack, you also have some reserves if you need them.
There's lots of reserves, and the margins for the suit are considered with that in mind. So and usually you consume the consumables, the oxygen and the water for cooling and the battery power at less of a rate than what they're designed at. So that always buys us a little bit of time.
Right over the Hawaiian Islands and a little bit over the Baja in southern Mexico and just across the Gulf, just so you know where you are.
All right, Carl. Thanks for the ride. Okay, let's come up.
Going up.
2 feet. Left 1 foot.
Left 1.
Endeavour, Houston, 2 minutes early handover.
In 1.
You mentioned the time frame. Normal training during the training sessions in the WETF is they're about 4 hours generally, and Jeff, Story, Tom, and Kathy have been training generally for 6 hours at a time on each run. So they are well conditioned over and above what we normally do. And also when you're going out, it's what your expectation is. If they were going out with 6 hours in mind, so an extra hour really isn't that much more. However, if they had gone out with the 4-hour training, like I mentioned, and then added on 3 hours, that would have been a big difference. And then certainly they would have been a lot more tired than they probably are at this point.
Based on your experience, your flight, your EVA was somewhere around 4.5 hours. What would you consider in terms of fatigue? Did you get fatigued in the fingers? We've always heard in training that the fingers is the most intensive part and the part that gets fatigued the quickest.
Well, the fatigue factor comes in basically in the hands. That's where you feel it the most. You don't really get cardiovascularly fatigued in the sense of the athlete who is jogging a great distance where he runs out of steam. That's certainly not the case. They have a lot of reserves. Their heart rates generally stay down, elevated above normal activity levels, but not much more than that. But in the arms and the wrists, and particularly the hands, and in my case, it was in the fingers and the thumbs, down to that extent.
Counterclockwise, loosen. Roger.
I guess most of the tasks associated with the Hubble repair are not really hand or finger intensive by design. Most of the telescope components are to be changed out by tools, and so the real hand intensive tasks are minimized on this flight based on all the training and the design of the telescope.
Well, the training tasks and the design of the telescope certainly made it a lot more easy to do the tasks.
And then if we need it, and that keeps one less thing in the airlock.
Okay, I'll put it away in the PSA then.
Okie doke.
And as you recall, on STS-54 we had the first in the quote generic set of EVAs, and then STS-51, 57 most recently. And during those EVAs, we refined some of the techniques to the point where we would want to minimize the type of fatigue that we used to experience. And so there was a learning curve, and with the data collected on those flights, it certainly helped improve the efficiency with which we do our tasks.
And I gather that the knowledge that you brought back was certainly passed on to the next EVA crew and the next EVA crew to pass on down to this crew to help in the training process for this particular flight as well.
Well, certainly it was an iterative process. We had gathered what we could when Greg and I had gone outside from the experienced EVA astronauts. We took their advice aboard, and in a more systematic way, our flight and the subsequent ones put it down in writing and in paper and documented the things. For example, one of the things we were trying to do is timeline better from the ground to space, because of the differences we talked about earlier that you encounter in training in the pool, if you will, the weightless environmental training facility, and in space. And certainly as in this EVA, it was evidence that the guys became really efficient. For example, the fuse change that Jeff did was allotted originally about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and the actual time that he spent in changing out the fuses was 12 minutes, with the overhead of opening the door and closing the door. That wound up coming to about half the time, about 20, 25 minutes. So, with practice and efficiency, you cut the time down in half, and that is the goal, is to so that you're ahead of the game when you get into space rather than behind the 8 ball.
Well, it certainly helps, and Mario's mentioning Greg Harbaugh. Of course, Greg trained with this crew as a backup spacewalk individual in the event that one of the 4 that are up in space now couldn't go. He trained as a backup crew member. He's now serving as the spacecraft communicator here in mission control throughout all of the EVAs.
Yeah, and Greg, from the ground perspective, is probably the most familiar person with what you know, Tom and Kathy and Jeff and Story are doing as we go through these tasks, because he's actually worked them in the training facilities down here on the ground.
Okay, let's come in about 2 feet.
Going in.
Okay, stop. Let's move.
Stopping.
Port 1 foot, and we'll be there. Good.
Stopping.
Okay, lower left. Going to get 3.
And Kyle, you notice Jeff is going from one bolt to another as he tightens these up, much like if you're putting on a tire on a car and you're tightening up the lug nuts, you don't want to tighten them all up from one side and go around in a circle. You tighten them off in a staggered fashion, and that's what he's doing so that the door gets the force applied evenly across the door and smoothly. So it's taking a little bit longer to get this sealed down than you might expect, because he's moving alternately from one bolt to the other, tightening it up a bit, and then going on to the next one. Ultimately, he will reach the 23 pounds of force that's needed on each of the bolts, the torque requirements. And when that's done, the task will be complete, and the guys will button it up and come in.
Take me to starboard about 1 more foot, please.
Okay, 1 foot over to port. Yeah, port. Probably point in the right direction.
Okay, thanks. That's good. I want to be able to see the bolt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The lower left now. 1, 2, okay, pull back about a foot.
Be okay. 1.
That's good.
Stopping.
1, 2, 3. Okay. And 5.5 on all of them. Star Tracker. Door shade seals are closed out. Well, Tom, am I ready to head for home?
Okay, you've confirmed 3 bolts on each of them, right?
Yes.
Sounds good to me. And Houston Endeavour, looks like the Star Tracker seals are completed, and Jeff's going to head this way. And you copied Story's going to put the PRD back in the port PSA.
We copy all that, Tom.
Okay, and Jeff, on your way, I'll talk to you about what you want to bring in when you're ready.
Okay. Let's start moving back, Zach.
Hey, Jeff, you want to make one last trip around the door seal edges and look at the -V3 doors?
Probably a good idea.
Unless they hit it with a mag light?
Yeah. But we didn't really look at the top and the bottom. Okay, let's do that. Let's drive up. Inside. Okay, let's just move along the seal.
Okay, coming to port.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice and tight now.
PSA is closed down, sir.
Okay, copy that, Store.
And I'm heading for the airlock, right?
Okay, let's go down.
all look good too, right, Jeff?
The shade sails are clean, yeah. They're right pressed up against the doors, just like they were when I came here.
Great.
Okay, let's move back a little. Well, bring me down a little lower. About one more foot down.
Tell you what, I'll pitch you down, Jeff. We're real close on the wristing.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Wait a minute. I'll just turn around. I can get down like this. Okay, let's drive back to the starboard. We'll go along the bottom of the seal in the other direction.
Okay, here we go.
It looks nice and clean from the underside.
Go up the last hinge there.
Yeah, let's just come in a little closer. Okay. Okay, it looks good all the way around. I think we got a good feel.
Okay, sounds good.
I closed down the slider, Tom. I'm on my guy wire.
Okay, Stuart, thanks.
Okay, now I'm going to have to take my Essex wrench back apart and stow that back on the board because we're going to leave that outside, right?
That's affirmative. And KT said just leave the short adjustable on the Essex if you want to.
I can do that and just put it in the Hey, Tom. Oh, excuse me. Hey, Tom. Or Greg, you want me to look at camera A while I'm right here?
Say again, Stuart.
Do they want me to do anything with camera A while I'm right here?
Let me ask Stuart. I'd forgotten about that.
That's a negative. Negative, Tom.
Okay, negative, Stuart.
Right? Let's see, the only question on the Essex wrench for Kathy, you want it to, does Kathy want it in the same direction that I have it? Remember we talked about that, Tom?
Yeah, I think we need to bring it in, Jeff.
Okay.
She wants it the other way.
Okay, in that case, I'll just stow the short adjustable.
Endeavour Houston, pre-drift for a slew, please.
Copy, Houston.
Do I have to lock the guy wire reel or not?
Yeah, I think we ought to, Stuart.
Okay, let's just check.
Okay, and Zach, while I'm still working on the tools, let's not get too close to the solar arrays because everything is going to be flopping around.
Okay, Jeff, I'll keep you up a little bit then. I locked off my guy wire.
Okay, Stuart, thanks. And I guess you're going to position to take a handoff from Jeff, right?
Sure. Yeah, sure can.
Okay, I'm going to take the torque limiter with the short adjustable and put that back on, okay?
Okay, Jeff, that's a good idea. test on that?
The sun coming.
And lights off. Visors.
I got 'em. We sure had good suits today, Tom.
You bet.
Endeavour moving from darkness into daylight as the orbiter moves across the Gulf of Mexico on the 47th orbit of the mission.
Okay, let me also take my long adjustable and put that back on the board.
Okay.
I'll leave that at.
And Kyle, I just heard Story made the comment passed to his crewmates that we sure had good suits today, and that's an important factor in an EVA, is having a good suit fit. And the real test of a good suit fit is after the end of the EVA is how it still feels, and after 7 hours and 20 minutes or so, if Story's saying that he has a good suit fit, those suits are well or fine-tuned for their use at this point.
Well, it's obviously good news since they'll be using these suits on the day 3 and day 5 of the 5 scheduled spacewalks.
Yeah.
Stars are great today.
Okay.
Mr. Clyde. Clyde was great on the arm.
Story, you did great.
Well, there isn't anyone I'd rather hear from.
Okay. Now,
Hey, Jeff, and we'll want to bring the trash bag in.
yep.
And Kyle, with this good view from the elbow camera, you can see Story up at the forward bulkhead, just at the windows, talking to his crewmates. And this is one of the things that all EVA crew members like to do. They try to get up to the window to get their pictures taken, if you will, and kind of their proof to take home that they were outside. Of course, this is the first time they've had the opportunity to take a break. At least Story has. They've both been working pretty hard.
Use just the hand in and then this fish stringer, I guess.
Okay. I was just going to put everything together.
Okay, you think you put them all on one thing, Jeff?
Well, coming in is easier than going out.
Okay.
And I got enough hooks. You can do what you want, Jeff.
I'm easy.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get the ethics on it.
And we want to bring that used battery in, too?
Yep, that's on my stringer.
Okay.
And I think the 80-inch tether that I used, I think I'm going to bring in so we can refold it. How about make it nice and pretty?
Okay.
Right.
Looking out the front, round Earth, the sun coming up. Yep.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
One note for you on Jeff's battery lifetime. According to the software calculations on his DCM, he'll have 30 minutes left. In about 10 minutes, he'll get a message. He can disregard. He's got a lot more time than that.
Okay, copy. You copy, Jeff? I do. Okay, now let me get my gloves. Use them, but it was nice to know they were there. Roger.
Endeavour Houston, the slew is in progress. You should be seeing motion.
Hey, we're watching.
The slew mentioned is to reposition the solar arrays, put them back in a vertical position relative to the telescope in preparation for the retraction of the secondary deploy mechanisms. That's the window shade type retraction mechanisms on the solar arrays. And that, again, will be done a little bit later this morning after the crew gets back inside.
Okay, now the needle nose and the cutters, I guess you want to leave on?
No, we need to bring those
Bring
in.
those in. Okay. Oh, that's right, we got to reconfigure.
Yep.
Sorry, couldn't get it for you, Tom.
That's okay. I was wanting to do it anyway.
I knew you were. Take another look. We have on toolboard 4, also 2 wide small retractables. Let me check the back of it. Just has the torque limiter and the short adjustable.
Roger.
And the only thing I have left on there is the Hasselblad. So I guess we're about ready to head down.
And we need to leave, if we can, 2 wrist tethers on there, or we can take them back out, Jeff.
I'll be glad to leave them on there.
Okay, one should be an adjustable and one a regular.
Okay.
And Tom, my safety rails on the forward bulkhead for Jeff to pick up, and on my right waist tethers to the airlock.
Okay, Story, sounds good. And sticking out there to take hand off of stuff?
Well, I got a bunch of big hooks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see you down there now.
After I get it, that's another mirror. But Al's got a big hook.
Endeavour Houston, Tom, we want to verify you're bringing the Hasselblad back in.
That's
That's
affirmative.
affirmative. You bet. Yeah, Jeff, they're looking at their tool setup cue card. The only things we're leaving out there, the top things on the list, and we're bringing in one of the 80-inch tethers that we usually would leave in order to tie it back up a little better. And we're also bringing the Essex and bayonet in to reconfigure the bayonet.
Correct. So we've got the 4 large big retractables and the 2 wrist tethers. And this last small I've got on the Hasselblad. Okay, I guess we're ready to come down.
Okay, Jeff, I'll start bringing you down.
Watch out for camera D here.
Okay, keep an eye on it for me, will you?
Tom, you're clear. You got a 1.5 foot from it. You got 2 feet from it.
Jeff, look in here. Eyes are up.
Wait a minute. And I got my battery.
You're going to hand me two things, Jeff?
I'm going to give you a super stringer and then the Hasselblad.
Okay. What's first?
The super stringer.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston, you are go for pivot and rotate.
Okay, we copy that. Great, we'll start on it.
Let me know when it's good, Jeff.
Okay, hold it there.
Stopping.
Okay, when you get it all clear here, Story, I'll untether. You ready?
Yes, I am.
I'm untethered.
There's something hanging up, okay.
I had it doubly tethered just in case. You're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 3 now.
Endeavour Houston, stand by on the pivot, please.
I gotta put a hook on this thing here. Put a hook on it.
And where, sir?
Sorry, just put a hook on it here, sir.
Maybe I should try to put this camera on my mini workstation like I did when we came out. No, I won't. You got it.
Endeavour is currently approaching the equator on a southeasterly swing across the Atlantic Ocean on the 47th orbit of the mission. The crew members are wrapping up cleanup activities in the payload bay, and shortly Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave will be moving back into the airlock. In the meantime, the twin solar arrays on the telescope have been slewed back to the level position. During the EVA, they tended to move slightly, and they need to be in this position in preparation for the retraction procedures that are scheduled after the crew gets back inside.
Okay, I'm disconnecting from the yaw tether.
Copy. Hey, you're hooked up to Story tether now?
Not yet. I'm just the yaw tether, Tom. I'm still on the waist tether. Excuse me, Tom. You're right. Get that right.
Endeavour Houston, you are now go for pivot and rotate.
Copy, Greg.
Space Telescope now being rotated in preparation for the retraction of the solar array.
That is from the end effector.
The solar arrays on the telescope.
And Kyle, we can see that Jeff has now left the end of the foot restraint at the end of the arm and is preparing to enter the airlock along with Story Musgrave. And I can probably say very safely that these two gentlemen are well satisfied after a long day and a hard day's work.
But you know what it's like.
Yeah, just thinking ahead.
I think it probably makes it a little easier once you know you've done been 100% successful on the task that you've been set out to do when you went out the hatch.
And even a little bit more than that, because they overcame the problem in good order and short order, and that made it a little bit sweeter for them and for everyone down here.
Well, they've just moved through 7 hours and 40 minutes since they started this spacewalk, and of course that included setting up the payload bay for the activities, changing out the rate sensor units, the electronic control units, 8 of the fuses on the telescope, as well as the additional work with preparing the solar array carrier and the forward portion of the payload bay for tomorrow's activities, and also getting a jump start on some of the other activities, including attaching one of the foot restraints to the telescope near one of the solar arrays, being a little bit ahead of schedule for that.
Now I'm going to get Story started. Looks like my tether. Now I'm going to disconnect Story front. Now I'm going to disconnect the yaw tether. Okay. I believe MFR is clear. Kathy, do you want to me to leave it straight up or tilted? Or
Doesn't matter. Just however's easiest to get on there. Straight away is usually the best.
that's the way I've left it.
Okay.
Okay, Fox, you can pull the arm away. I can get by.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to take it up.
Okay. And thanks, guys. Great driving.
Sure, you guys
Jeff,
look great too.
You want to come in feet first?
Yes.
And belly up, and then I'll...
Okay, stop the arm.
Stopping.
It's pulling on me.
Okay.
Let me...
Can move it out some. That looks like it might help.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's squeezing me against the bulkhead.
I got a nice clear area for you to come in.
A little further aft. Okay, I'm clear of it.
Okay.
Good. You'll be heading for that, your right side.
Okay, now I got to get the thermal cover.
Yeah.
Okay. Once you get inside, we'll get our water off and then the thermal cover, okay?
Okay. Okay, I guess I'm inside.
Okay, water off for both of you.
Water off.
You can close and lock the outer hatch. And you might check those outer valves there. If you haven't bumped them on the floor, make sure they're still closed.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston for KT. We think maybe camera Bravo might get you that pivot verification.
I'll be able to get...
It looks real good to us. It looks like it's about 15 degrees down. That's good enough for you, then we can start to rotate. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for the arm to go verify it.
You're go to proceed.
Okay, we will rotate.
Yes, yeah. Yep. Where do you want me, Story?
Nowhere, Jeff. Any way you'd like to be.
Okay. I think we're in good shape. All right.
See?
Let me go. And let me check those, well, the covers are still on, so we never touched them.
Okay, just a second. I got
The STS.
we're clear now.
Okay.
Now push you up against her. I'm holding you.
Feels like it's locked.
Good.
Locked.
Okay, no, lever locked. Good.
Okay, well that's been locked.
Okay. To the repress cue card. Latch. Outer hatch closed and locked. Double check.
Flashing in.
Double check water off.
Verified.
Remove DNC cover and Velcro it. Okay. Connect SCU and check lock.
Okay, I'll go get him, Jeff.
Okay.
Believe it or not, I am tethered up nice here. Okay, here comes number one.